Igor. Okay, so we start.
Oh, fine.
Igor.
So we start?
Yeah.
Great.
Yes. Shall I introduce you or you're happy with you sharing with me?
I'm happy with self-introduction. Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Could we gradually ask you to take kindly your seats? It's always a pleasure to start the afternoon session, and we appreciate that the people are turning out nicely. For that, we have only 1 hour and a half, so, we should be a bit cautious with the timing. Well, I will continue with the introduction. This is the UNIDO team. We're going to talk today about the industry from the perspective of the United Nations. We're going to talk about the partnerships, about the sustainable industrial development. We're going to talk about some of the issues and some of the solutions. And we want to deliver several messages to you on behalf of UNIDO, which are quite new. So I will try to make it interactive because we are shaping our scene in the agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals after the 2015. And we're also very interested to hear your opinions. In fact, we are more interested to hear your opinion than just to make the presentations, but we do want to sell some of the messages. Let me introduce my team first. To my right is Mr. Christian Susan, who is our specialist in water. He deals with a large range of issues at UNIDO, and one of his important projects you will see in the presentations. And again, to my right is the Sabina Haspel. She is also our profound specialist in the partnerships. Today the subject is energy, water, partnerships, and she will develop on that issue of the partnerships. We will make one presentation, but we will change the speakers, and in the meantime I will try to also to moderate and open the floor so that we can hear your opinions on some of the issues, and we can also switch not to have all the time the presentations today. Finally, my name is Igor Volodin, and I'm the UNIDO focal point for water. Well, now we can start. Let me say, while the people are still coming, a few words. A lot of people here outside the UN. So let me say a few words about UNIDO. UNIDO stands for the Industrial Development Organization, United Nations, of course, with the 800 staff members and representation in more than 50 countries of the world. We also have the networks of so-called national cleanup production centers, which we have in more than 50 countries. And we have so-called investment and technology promotion offices, which are mostly in developed countries. We have 8 of them. Now, by our mandate, we deal primarily with the developing countries and economies in transition. Now, let me start from an important milestone which we had in December. And that one is the 15th UNIDO General Conference, which took place in Peru, in Lima. And it came up with a very important declaration, which we call a Lima II Declaration, or the declaration with the name Inclusive and Sustainable Industrial Development. And I will explain to you what the inclusive and what is the sustainable development means, at least from the perspective of UNIDO. Now, that was attended by the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, and that's a very rare occasion that the Secretary General attends the General Conference of one of the UN agencies. Now, let me go over the UNIDO subjects. UNIDO deals with the basically three subjects: poverty reduction through productive activities, trade and capacity building, and energy and environment. Now, I was trying to explain to you also about the declaration, what we have in mind when we say inclusive. Inclusive for UNIDO, and this is a new approach. Inclusive, what UNIDO means is that all the partners should take part in the development process. That is, of course, the UN, the governments, industry, academia, financial institutions, civil society. But important part also is that there should be a equal distribution of the results of these partnerships to all the partners, and that is stressed in the declaration. Now, sustainable development, I'm going to show you what we mean by the sustainable industrial development. But first of all, let me put this slide. It's a bit not so well to read, but I'll try to explain to you what we mean by that. And what we would like to illustrate, we would like to illustrate the need for sustainable industrial development. This is the slide which was, it's a flash of the economic development, which was made in the year 2011 by the United Nations Environmental Program. You don't have to read it, I will explain. Vertically, we have an equivalent of the resource consumption. And horizontally, we will have a GDP per capita. So, and this is how we have done so far mostly within the 20th century. So if you see where India is in this chart, per capita income is below $1,000 US, which is, you understand, is very, very miserably low. Now, if we go, China is a bit more, but still within the proximity of 1,000. Brazil is around 5,000. United States of America is a bit below 30,000. But what we would like to see, and this is a pattern which probably we should break, but this is how we've been doing so far, is that with the growth of the income per capita, the resource consumption is also growing. Now let's see, and we already saw that India and China and Brazil are quite low with the population of what they have. If they move along the same line of development, if they move towards the even not 10,000, but not 30,000, 10,000 or more, what will that imply in terms of the resource consumption? So the message is we cannot continue like that. We cannot continue like we've done so far. However, we have to continue the development. And that's why this is the challenge. We have to decouple the process of development with the resource consumption. In other words, we should do more with less, and this is basically the major message of the UNIDO concept of sustainable development, to increase the standards of living, health care, and the quality of life, and to reduce the resource consumption, pollution, waste impact on nature. Today's panel about the energy and environment. What we are saying, at least at the policy level, and we will show you some of the solutions. Because UNIDO deals at the enterprise level, it is naturally a lot easier for UNIDO to address resource consumption in general, because water is a resource, energy is a resource, but we also have other natural resources which are used during the manufacturing processes at least. And then at the end of that we have waste. So to address this issue, UNIDO has developed a concept which is called the so-called Green Industry Initiative. And it has two parts: greening of the existing industries and creation of new green industries. And for the existing industries, basically, what we mean is helping the enterprises improve resource productivity and environmental performance through the certain things you see below. I'm not going to read them. For the new industries, we would like to establish the new operations delivering environmental goods and services. Again, you see, I hope this presentation will be made available to everyone, so I don't go into the details. But if there would be questions from the audience, I'll be happy to answer them. Now, and what we are proposing as the, at the policy level at least, and as an implementation, this is a joint initiative which is stemming from the Rio Plus 20, which was launched by UNEP, United Nations Environmental Program, and UNIDO, is a so-called Green Industry Platform. And I'm moving already into the partnership, so sorry for Sabina, I'm taking part of your breath. But what is the Green Industry Platform? It's an integrated framework to support the greening of the industries. It creates an enabling environment, supports industry-led initiatives, and it harnesses environmental technologies. So the benefits of the green industries, we can break them into the three parts: the economic, social, and environmental benefits. Of course, we deal with the industries in developing countries and economies in transition with the private industries primarily. So for them, the economic benefits are very important. And this is the left column where they're always come up with us. More innovation and growth increase resilience to the market changes through the certain things. Now, for the society at large and for the UN, of course, the social benefits are extremely important, and also for UNIDO. And we have more employment, we have the rising standards of living and the incomes and empowerment of the certain groups, again, through the certain actions. Now, environmental benefits are extremely important for the society at large, and we have more efficient resource use, less waste, and less pollution. Now, the Green Industry Platform, again, is a public-private partnership. I will only say a little bit about the Green Industry Platform. It's an example. So I'm preempting the part of the presentation of Sabina. But it's a partnership between the government, private sector, civil society, and academia, which each of the partners has a certain value added. And the outputs for that are the green industry policies and the best practices and the toolkits. And then the result, the outcome, what we call it, is the better governance of the industrial clusters and the better governance of the economy and at large. Now, business partnerships, Sabina, maybe you can take a floor and give me a little bit of a rest. And could you explain could you say a few words in the introduction? What kind of partnerships would you like to take?
I turned this one on, so
fine.
If that's okay for you, I
don't know
stay
if
right
you
here.
Can see the.
That's fine. I have it all here. So let me maybe first say that address the change of identities. I'm not Barbara Kreissler. Barbara would have very much liked to come, but she had to change plans last minute, so I'm stepping in for her. And I'm working for the Business Partnerships Group, as Igor has already mentioned. So we're a non-technical group that addresses specifically the partnership tool within UNIDO's technical assistance portfolio.
Why should we partner? Maybe you can start all together. Why should we partner?
Sure.
It's a partnership here.
So the question is, what is in it for UNIDO, right?
And for the others.
And for the others. You're already being very empathetic, imagining also the win for the other side. That's already a good basis, I have to say. So let me start maybe with the obvious answer to this question, which probably comes to mind first, that is resources. And it's a legitimate point, of course. When we look at the relationship between ODA, official development assistance, and FDI, foreign direct investment, we see and we have seen over the past decade a trend that is very substantial, which is that the foreign direct investment, private inflows into low-income and middle-income countries are already about threefold to fourfold the volume of official development assistance. So as a technical assistance provider and agency whose mandate it is to work on sustainable, inclusive and sustainable industrial development, UNIDO has to adjust to this new reality, of course. And the trends are even going in this direction. So we will see more and more private sources of funds and private money going into those areas. So that's a legitimate reason for us to partner, of course. But, however, that said, UNIDO does not see the business sector as simply a cash cow or as a fundraising activity. There's much more to a partnership than simply the dollar signs. It's a natural reflex, maybe, but it's also dangerous because it distracts from the breadth and wealth of possibilities that there are. So one thing that is for us more and more important, and actually maybe the essence of partnership, is expertise. The private sector has cutting-edge technology, skills, and know-how that for UNIDO would be unattainable otherwise. We would not be able to afford nearly what we can get if companies actually work with us and share what they have to offer. Another one is, of course, access to networks. And if they have one thing, private companies usually have networks and contacts. So that can give you access to governments, to local authorities, regional, national authorities. Also a way, an in-way maybe to influence policy around this angle. Then, of course, companies come from a country, and we work globally with all nations and all countries, which, of course, also might give a good argument to address bilateral agencies, as well as, say, regional funds, for example, or regional development banks. So we've actually seen this happen, that companies from a certain country helped us also unlock funds that they did not contribute, but basically had a catalytical influence here. So, of course, one other very important dimension is that it gives you a basis to work with those companies that you're partnering with. This means that there might be a way to even address their own methods of working, their operational setup. And this can lead to a whole set of an integrated approach. So what I would think that UNIDO values most in the partnerships that we have is that they give us relevance for our technical assistance, make sure that we have cutting-edge technology and the latest state-of-the-art know-how to implement them. And then they help make projects sustainable because it's another source of funding, of course, and it's other actors that are automatically on board already. At the same time, it helps to address complex issues in an integrated and holistic way. This is also just by the virtue of how business works. Business usually doesn't see one problem as assigned to one department or one technical expert or something. It usually sees a problem as a complex barrier to doing business. And that means that usually they don't see any fragmentation of in their response to this problem. So this can also help us to really find an integrated solution to the problem. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, last but not least, resources by direct contribution or by increased efficiency.
Well, thank you very much. It's very great. Now, can you tell me what kind of the partnership UNIDO has? I'm a part of UNIDO. Maybe you could elaborate on that a little bit.
That's news to me.
And what are the ones which would be most efficient, most suitable for the energy and water nexus? Let's put it all together.
Yes, let me answer those two together. So what type of partnerships does UNIDO have? Well, we have a set of categories that we defined. I won't bore you with the exact details of definitions and so on. I'll keep it very practical for you. But just let me share with you the basic groups that we have. So we have core business and value chain partnerships. Those are the ones that concern the main products and services of this company, of the private sector entity, their main operations, the main way they produce those, and their value chain or supply chain as well. So what these partnerships do is they redesign the products and services themselves to be targeted better to say a certain community or circumstances, or to be more environmentally sustainable, less resource intense, and so on. We also integrate, localize, and upgrade the value chain and supply chain in this type of partnership. Another one, also very straightforward, is philanthropic giving or social investment. This is really business either writing a check, which is we haven't seen much of that in recent times. This is really how maybe this whole this cooperation started, but we see less and less of that. But what we still see is social investment, which is a strategic investment in a certain market, in a certain, say, again, suppliers, etc. And then the third category, which is becoming more and more prominent, say, in our portfolio, that's the multi-stakeholder or transformational partnership type. So what does it take for a partnership to be multi-stakeholder? Well, multiple types of entities that are part of the partnership, and to be transformational, which means they have to address a systemic issue. They have to really look at a problem in a very systemic way, and to maybe change the rules of the game, change how things are done in a very fundamental way. So another thing is that they should include all relevant actors, public, private, NGOs, academia, anybody else who's relevant.
So which ones would be the most efficient for our case?
Yes. That's actually the 1 million euro question, I guess. And
2
I have to
million.
Try to get around it a bit by saying it depends. But let me give you, rather than a fixed recipe, to give you maybe the main ingredients that such a partnership should have, depending on the purpose, the concrete purpose, the context, the resources available, and say something like the degree of flexibility that you need to implement. So some of the key ingredients from my perspective are you have to first identify the suitable partner or partners that are willing and able to deliver. You have to understand their incentive structures. This is very important to see what is in it for them or what drives them, really. What are they in for? And then it's very important to find all relevant actors, but no unnecessary actors who could be then stumbling blocks. Then second, I would suggest that you design a partnership framework or a governance structure that really suits the purpose. You should define roles very clearly, define value contribution, value proposition, and of course be very clear on the objectives, the common objectives. And then put in place a decision-making structure that, again, allows for an equitable say, but also reflects the different roles. Third, implementation. There are different ways. What has been found to work very well for us is a sequenced approach, where we start with the pilot phase. There should always be re-evaluation, of course, maybe a remodeled pilot, and then scale up or replication in order to secure maximum impact.
Excuse me, can I break you?
Yes.
You took out of my mouth my next question.
I'm so sorry.
The lessons learned, you are going into the lessons learned, which I'd like to defer to a little bit a later stage actually to both of you. Now at this stage I would like to pick one or two comments or questions from the floor, if there are any. So we've been offering two messages. One is the need for the inclusive and sustainable industrial development, one, and the second is a possible solution, is a partnership. From our point of view, this is one of the solutions, business partnerships. Anything?
It's a tool, I would say.
True. That's it. Ladies first.
Ladies.
Yes, thank you very much. Your summing up was quite comprehensive. But you said very clearly that partners have to be willing and able to make a contribution, and you also want to be inclusive. So how do you cater for the reality that some partners are more equal than others? That maybe especially in the area of NGOs and civil society, they might be willing to participate, but they do not have the equal means of, for instance, business partners.
Could I defer the answer to that because we have some examples actually. So maybe there would be a part of the answer, but please carefully note it down because this is coming. John.
My question's a little related to the last one in the sense that in the business world we often go with joint ventures where partners form a sort of intermediary company and equally contribute, and they share the risks and responsibilities and liabilities. And I wondered if that was part of the equation in any of the UNIDO setups.
Well, thank you very much. Do we need an answer, or you have something to respond immediately to the Johns? Now we continue. We want to give you some of the examples. So, Mr. Susan, could you tell us, and this is the public-private partnership for the Carlsberg Baltica. So could you give us a little bit introduction of how it came into being and the major, thrusts of that, and how does it address the subject of this conference?
Thank you very much, Igor. Well, Carlsberg and Baltica, they're breweries for those who don't drink beer and might not know. Baltica is the Russian subsidiary of Carlsberg. Basically, Carlsberg decided a couple of years ago to majorly invest in buying up breweries. And they didn't only do it with a business ideal, a business goal in mind, they also had a very strong corporate social responsibility, which drives this process and supports it. And there's three key elements Carlsberg wants to achieve in its business. It's energy efficiency, it is water consumption, and packaging sustainability. So I think the answer how it came to this nexus approach, there are already two of these elements strongly represented. And again, Carlsberg and Baltica, they were aware. They had McKinsey doing an assessment of their water footprint of their product, of 1 liter of beer, how much water is embedded in this product. And they came up with the figure of 25 liters in average, whereas 90% of this water consumption are in the agricultural sector. So they're very efficient. They've managed to fine-tune the water consumption, energy consumption in their breweries themselves, but then they realized, well, the major lump of our water consumption lies outside our direct control. And that's when they decided to partner up with a UN agency that Carlsberg and Baltica could become a proactive environment steward who doesn't only look at its own production facilities but goes beyond, basically to work along the supply chain to provide technical assistance to the suppliers, to the agro industries to reduce their environmental footprint. And what are the core elements of this partnership? If you want to work along this supply chain, there is one element which is develop a comprehensive footprint methodology. So far, if you compare figures, if you go through the literature, you will see that to produce 1 liter of beer, you need 4 liters of water or 100 liters of water. Definitely, some of the brewers are less efficient, but the major reason for such huge differences is that the brewers use different approaches to measure their water consumption per liter of beer, and energy consumption and resource consumption. So the first step would be, we will develop together with Carlsberg a comprehensive methodology to measure their environmental footprint, and this will be based on the European Union initiative to define system boundaries in product category rules. Basically, they come up saying, if you look at breweries, everyone has the same concept in mind. It starts with agricultural, certain elements in agriculture. It starts with, then the next step is production, and then the end use of the product, that you have a cradle to create approach. Well, once you've identified where this major footprint lies, it was easy for water, we could base it on the McKinsey report, but when you look into other inputs, factor inputs in the production of beer, it is not yet so clearly spelled out. So basically that's why we're going to provide then technical assistance to the agro-industries along the supply chain to reduce their water and energy footprint. And beer is a product which contains a lot of water. A lot of water is used for the production. And again, a lot of agricultural resources go into this production cycle, and then during the process, you need energy to brew the beer. Well, once you have identified these possibilities, and for the identification of these possibilities along the supply chain, we will work on the UNIDO test methodology. We'll dwell on this later on. But in brief, test is a methodology you help your partners to identify where they're inefficient. You show them basically in your production process. Here you have an inefficiency. You show the industries how much it costs them, the present inefficient practice, and then either this inefficiency can be overcome with a change in management patterns, it can be overcome with some small-scale investment or larger-scale investments. And for each of these investments, if you want the industry to do it, you need to show them what's the return on investment. And this is our flagship product. It's been working very well because often in those industries, especially in developing countries and countries in transition, people are not aware of the inefficiency and they're not aware of the cost of inefficiency. Once you demonstrate them how much money they lose and how they become more cost effective and how their profit margin can be increased, these investments are being triggered. And you create this win-win situation, whereas on one hand, the industry becomes more competitive, their profit margin increases, but also their environmental impact decreases.
Well, thank you very much. Can I break you? I have some deferred ones, but because you're going into the test. So don't take my breath. Think of the replication, think of the climate change. So two of you have the deferred questions already for the later. we're going more and more into the forests. I think we've been talking until now about the processed water. You are now throwing the footprints, the water footprints, energy footprints. Now, the question is, these are the very important parts. How do we also address the footprints in the developing countries, in the small and medium scale industries, and in the economies in transition? What capacity do they have actually to do that? So think of that as well. Now, I can elaborate a little bit. The Baltica project is being financed by the Global Environmental Facility, and the Baltica contribution is around 30 million, and the Global Environmental Facility 6.3, and the Russian Federation is about 1 million US. Now, I would like to also elaborate a little bit on some other UNIDO partnerships, and this is important, related to the Minamata Convention on Mercury. UNIDO is a part of the Global Mercury Partnership, and UNIDO leads artisanal and small-scale gold mining in that partnership, and you see the other part of industrial applications which are elaborated in the Minamata Convention on Mercury, where UNIDO is not the leading, but it is contributing quite a bit. There are some of the important parts of the Minamata Convention, but for the sake of time, if we have time at the end, then probably we can discuss them if someone is really interested in that. But Mercury is all about, or at least UNIDO part of Mercury and the Minamata Convention is all about water. In general, Minamata Convention is about water, air, and surface pollution. Now, test or transfer of environmentally sound technologies. And with this we are coming to the solutions. We've been offering one solution, which is the partnership, and we gave you some of the examples. Now, another solution, it is a UNIDO flag program, which is called, again, Transfer of Environmentally Sound Technologies or TEST. And the overall objective is to support sound management of resource use at the priority industrial hotspots and to minimize the use of the resources and maximize productivity through the demonstration of the best practices, application of clean technologies, and the capacity building. So in general, from this definition, it's about the transfer of technologies, but the transfer of technologies is a part of the methodology. It's about the better management. In fact, it's about doing things differently at the industry level in developing countries and economies in transition. And we can demonstrate that the industries can achieve a lot with this methodology. You see, this is the global application of UNIDO. These are the countries where UNIDO has the test programs. And the programs have been financed by various donors. It's just to give you a little bit of the history of that the test integrated approach was developed within the UNIDO executed JEF project for the Danube River Basin. And the test consists of basically 5 management tools aimed at changing practices and the industrial behavior. So these are the major 5 tools of the test: resource efficiency and the cleaner production or recipe, environmental management systems or EMS, EMA, environmental management, extremely important. Seems to be a dry subject, but when you start talking to the industries, it's becoming such a lively discussion. You cannot believe that. Environmentally sound technologies, this is where we are coming to the technology transfer, and the corporate social responsibility or sustainable enterprise strategy. So this is what we would like to emphasize. We're not leaving it at the technology. We would like the enterprise to be and continue to be sustainable in terms of the resource consumption, and that's how it is. I will skip that because of the time limitations. So the fundamentals of the test very rapidly. Integrated approach which links sustainability to the core business strategy, management systems, and the process itself. So it's a little broader than the process, a lot broader. Benchmarking. So we benchmark the company performance with the best ones in the cluster. Training, monitoring, or capacity building. Top management engagement is a key. If we don't have top management on board, we should forget about that. Multidisciplinary skills, flexible approach depending on the size, country, baselines, and a number of other parameters. And of course, linkage to the existing financial investment schemes, particularly important for the SMEs in developing countries. Now, and this is again the example. So we are showing you these certain instruments, but we also show you how we have been doing with some of them, and we believe that we've been doing very well. And an example is a so-called MED test or Mediterranean test project, which was financed by the Global Environmental Facility as a part of the largest scale strategic action plan project, which is still being implemented by UNEP. UNEP is the lead agency. You know, Jeff likes these types of the partnerships, multi-UN agency approaches. For UNIDO, this part has been finished. And we had 3 countries, Tunisia, Morocco, and Egypt. And the funding, we had 1 million from Jeff and around 0.9, a little below 1 million from the Italian government. We are very thankful. And the rest was coming from the private industries in these 3 countries. So we had the coverage of 43 industries. We have the case studies on our homepage. Please come and see them. And you see the duration of the project. Now, selection of the companies, partnerships. I don't want to repeat. Genuine interest. So what is it in for the small and scale industries in that? Environmental issues which need to be addressed. Of course, the management commitment. And then, of course, very important part which I would like to add when you go into practice. Financial viability. If the enterprise does not, the production does not make sense, there is no point probably to intervene. Let's the market work for that. Now, components. We have 3 in each of them, and we implement these 3 components with depending on the country. Again, we have a flexible approach, but always we have the 3. Capacity building, pilot demonstrations, dissemination, and replication. I don't want to go into the details because I'd like to show you the results. From our perspective, they are quite impressive. Now you see the priority sectors. Again, the sector selection is a subject to a separate discussion. We can have it in the corridor. But these are the very typical industries for the 3 countries. Agro-food, textile, leather, again, metal, ceramic, chemicals, pulp and paper. You see the numbers in this chart. Now, achievements. This is becoming more interesting. Now, on the left side, you see the amount of measures. We're going into the enterprise audit, and we identify the solutions, the technical solutions, the management solutions. So you see, there have been like 600 measures altogether implemented, more than 600 identified and 600 to improve. And very important is on the right side, the return on the investment, or so-called payback period. You see, of course, the largest payback period, more than 50%, is for the measures which we call low-hanging fruits. which do not require much of the capital, which could be done on the spot and fix the things. Then, of course, we have like 23% with the payback between half a year and 1.5 years, and then again quarter, which is, we believe it's quite an achievement. These are the measures with the payback period of more than 1.5 to 4 years, and where the industries, the companies, they need investment, external investment, they need an external capital. So they go to the market. Now the results in terms of the figures, we had 6 national partnerships. We had 30 trainees, train the trainers, so these people can work already, and they are working, and they continue. 43 demonstration industries, whatever amount of man-days of training. But on the left bottom, we had the $16 million per year economic savings, all recorded. You see in our case studies. You have more than around 10 million cubic meters of water savings, and we had energy savings per year, like 250,000 megawatt per year of energy saving. But leveraging in terms of the financing, if you go very down, we had, if you remember, 2 million of the project money introduced into the companies, and that was leveraged by 20 million of private sector investments for the future. So it's 1 to 10. We believe this is very remarkable in developing countries, and this is very important for us to demonstrate. And that's why we are going to the next part, and this is a switch mat, and we are very happy and proud to tell you that in December we signed a contract for nearly 20 million euros with the European Commission to replicate the Mediterranean test project. We are partnering with the UNEP in this, and we have several partners. Cleaner Production Regional Activity Centers in Barcelona, UNEP Mediterranean Action Plan, and UNEP office in Paris. And we are going to do that in 9 countries already. So this is a very good achievement for us. I stop at this. I have a number of other slides on this subject, but we had several different questions already, and I'm ready to pick several more, maybe 2, 3. So the floor is open. Questions to the test and to everything which has been already presented. Fine. The floor is still open.
I have a question.
Okay. Josefina has a question.
Well, maybe I didn't get it when you were talking, but it wasn't too explicit to me. Like, for example, in the Carlsberg case or in the cases of the partnership you were talking about, the issues of energy, also energy efficiency. Maybe you can give us a little bit more information on that. Thank you.
Well, I can preempt that, because if we work on the enterprise level and we are talking about resource efficiency, because if we take the factory as a box, so what comes in goes out. And the last thing we want to say, garbage in, garbage out. So we want the good resource in and no garbage out. And this is about the resource efficiency, because at the enterprise level we have an opportunity to look actually at all the resources. But energy and water are the primary focus, for instance, for the Mediterranean test, and will be for the switch mat. Why is that? Because of the target. The target group is the large marine ecosystem of the Mediterranean. So coastal area pollution, coastal tourism. So why we're doing that? That's why we are very much particular about the water in all these operations. Now, Chris will tell you about why is it so important for the breweries. Obviously, breweries, water consumption. But this would be my introduction to preempt the discussion. Chris?
Well, for Carlsberg, as Igor has presented, there is a $30 million investment the breweries will affect themselves. It would have been difficult for the Global Environment Facility to provide support which is targeted to one single industry. So $30 million will be invested by the breweries applying the test methodology to identify opportunities to increase their water and energy efficiency at their production site. On one side, we will introduce also an innovative waste to energy process which under the present economic framework conditions in Russia would not be feasible. So $5 million will be invested by Carlsberg, and the subsidy element of $1 million will be included by Jeff to make this economically feasible, to co-treat liquid effluents from the breweries with the spent grain in an anaerobic digestion system, which then with this subsidy becomes economically feasible. We did quite a comprehensive assessment of all the 11 breweries operated in Russia, and energy prices in Russia vary substantively. So even with this grant element of $1 million, it could only become feasible in the Far East in one of the breweries operated by Baltica. And what we will do again is later on, we will disseminate this knowledge. We try to influence also the regulatory framework to create some economic instruments and regulatory instruments that similar approaches can be replicated. But the key message is here that such an investment from a business perspective only makes sense if there is an energy price which is high enough that this investment, $6 million, you need to have a return on investment. If you talk private sector terms, 5 years is already quite long for an investment. They would rather invest the money into other areas that have a short-term return on investment. But so this becomes feasible, and this know-how and this knowledge about this technology will be disseminated through the Russian Breweries Association as well as through the BIA. This is the Brewers Industries Environmental Roundtable. These are all the key players on the global scale in breweries. And this is the major, that's why you really see this water and energy nexus closely linked. You have wastewater which needs to be treated. You can treat it in a conventional way, where in the end you remove the nutrients, you invest a lot of energy, and you end up with clean water. Or you go an extra step, and that's the idea of this project, to go an extra step where you can co-generate water, where you can co-treat liquid effluents with solid effluents, and then rather than investing energy, you have a return in terms of energy out of this process. And again, most of the other investments are geared towards upstream and downstream. So the $6 million of the Jeff investment will not go into the breweries because this was to distort the market. This is to promote water stewardship in catchment areas, Baltica shares with other water users. For instance, to demonstrate that a constructed wetland can be a very cost-effective solution to treat municipal wastewater. To treat wastewater on brewery sites beyond the regulatory requirements, where Carlsberg Baltica already has established state-of-the-art wastewater treatment plants, the water quality is still not sufficient that it allows infiltration into the groundwater to replenish depleted aquifers. So this is, again, the extra step that we can go with the Jeff money. It is this, in one model farm, again, Carlsberg has already been engaged quite actively with its agro-industrial suppliers. They have some farms which have been established as model farms, and in one of these model farms, sequenced batch reactor will be established so that wastewater can be treated. Basically, the output parameters can be adjusted. If you need nutrients in your wastewater, so you can reuse it in drip irrigation, which is coordinated with the planting season. These nutrients can be recycled in agriculture. So rather than spending a lot of money to remove the nutrients from the wastewater, you reuse and recycle them. In those periods where you don't need these nutrients for the plant's growth, the wastewater still has to be treated, and these nutrients have to be removed. So this is one of the demonstration facilities that will be established. And again, drip irrigation compared to conventional irrigation, nothing brings the water energy nexus closer together. If you look at irrigation, you have to bring your water to your plants, and you spend a lot of energy. Water is heavy. And if you rather transport 1 cubic meter than 10 cubic meters to achieve the same growth, because if you have the sprinkler irrigation, 90% of your water is lost to evaporation, or 80%, depending on wind situation, So this would be the elements where we try to address it, and where the Jeff said, yes, it makes sense, because we go into 3 focal areas. It addresses the water issue, international waters. There's a climate change issue to make the breweries more energy efficient in the production process. And there is the land degradation issue, that we can produce the resources that are required with less inputs. And how is climate change tackled was one of the questions. One of the elements will be to disseminate improved barley species. And that's going to be one of the really, I didn't know about this myself, but that's going to create one of the biggest win-win situations. So far, Russia is not self-sufficient in terms of barley production, so the barley has to be imported from other sources. So you have quite a large footprint in terms of CO2 for the transport. Furthermore, this improved barley, and that's not genetically modified material, this is a naturally occurring variety of barley through crossbreeding, but not genetically modified, which is not only more resilient to climate changes and to the drought conditions which might be expected and higher temperatures, but also in the brewing process itself, it needs less energy. So to disseminate this knowledge to the agro-industrial suppliers will enable them to gain benefits themselves, because they can plant material. They have a client who will procure the plants they grow, the barley they grow, and then in the production process, you reduce the environmental footprint. You no longer have to import the material, and even in the brewing process itself, the carbon dioxide emissions will be reduced because you use less energy.
But again, I want to reemphasize, for the industry, we have a lucky opportunity to talk about the resource efficiency. Because if we are looking at the factory, we can do, but we can report, depending on to whom we are talking to, we can report on the water saving or on the energy, so we can single out individual pollutants. And for instance, the regulator on the spot would be interested mostly in the BOD and COD reduction. But on the other hand, what does that mean? It means that you get the better quality of water which goes down the drain. So yes, we are reporting on the BOD and COD reduction, but we are looking into the water quality, which we are releasing into the large marine ecosystem. So that's why we report also, depending on the audience, we report on the individual pollutants or energy or water, or even the footprints, which is an entirely different discussion. We are still new as everyone to that. Now we had 1 or 2 more different questions, and I don't want to lose them. I guess there was a question to Sabine or from the part of the NGO, that all the partners are equal, but some are more equal than the others. So the civil society is marginalized in the partnership. Is that really the case for UNIDO? For the business partnerships, how do we deal? I tell you, we love in our part, we love the civil society. But tell me what you think of this.
I'm not sure whether this was aiming at only civil society or in general about partnership selection. But of course, not all partners are set up in the same way. Not all come with the same resources. But that's by default. That's part of partnerships. And I think my answer would be that first of all, we look very carefully at our partners. So that comes again to the selection, and then we try to craft the partnership agreements in a way that reflects the different natures and also the different requirements of partners. So in addition to the 3 categories that we defined more in terms of, from kind of the private sector perspective, what makes their contribution, we also have every partnership we have is individual and has a different governance structure that reflects the members of this partnership. And again, coming back to the selection of partners, I don't want to bore you with the details, but of course we have our own guidelines, sets of principles. We run a very thorough screening on partners before we get into bed with them, so to speak. We call this due diligence, a term we borrowed from the private sector as well. So we carefully screen them in terms of their environmental, social, and governance performance. So this might come back also to your environmental question. We make sure that the companies we work with suit our values, that we have matching or common values as a basis to work on. And so we look not only, aside from the specific project, the specific activities of the partnership, we look at their overall performance, all of their operations, and how they conduct them. And then we might address those problems directly, or we might decide that this is not the correct partner for us. And also another answer to your environment question, I think, would be, we tend to forget this sometimes, but UNIDO is lucky to have a lot of in-house expertise. So we would always rely on as many colleagues as might be interested in the proposed partnership, in the project, in the idea, and try to involve their perspective on it, which might be a different aspect of environmental sustainability, say not so much the resource efficiency, but you name it. I'm happy. You want to come in, Christian?
Just allow me again to bring an example. Cooperation with CSOs. In this project with Baltica, we also have a CSO component. And what we have to do is we have to save water and energy. And we need to create awareness for processes which help an industrial player to reduce its energy consumption. If you look at the bottling system, we are used in Europe that for many bottles you have a deposit system. So basically you pay something up front, you bring the bottle back to the store, you get your money back. This allows to reuse a bottle 20 times. And regardless how far you transport a bottle, you never ever can recover the amount of energy or spend the amount of energy which goes into the melting process to produce a bottle. So we are using CSOs in Russia to create awareness. Baltica will introduce a recycling system where they take their bottles back. It's interesting for them because it's also a saving, but it's also a huge environmental saving. If these bottles are not only recycled, if the glass is not only brought to a recycling container where it's crushed and melted again, but where the bottles, the Carlsberg bottles, will be reused up to 20 times. So again, that's where you can achieve quite a footprint reduction. And this is a job. We know what we can achieve as UNIDO. Carlsberg know what they can achieve as a brewery. But this awareness creation in the civil society to really bring this message to the users, that's the best possible service provider is a CSO, and that's what we're going to use in this process.
Well, thank you very much. The floor is open. It has been open for some time. We got one question. We're ready to pick more, and we have a few deferred. Okay, think of that. I have one more deferred question to both of you, which I promised. Lessons learned. In general, and in particular, if we have anything so far from Carlsberg. So Sabina first.
I go first. Okay. So lessons learned. We've been engaged in partnerships for more than 10 years now, and we have our own, of course, lessons learned from that. What I will do in light of the time restrictions is I'll spare you with the don'ts and I just give you the do's. I hope that will be all right for you. So, one thing that I've just mentioned a minute ago is learn about your partner. That's very important. Select carefully, and then once you've decided to work with one specific partner, be sure to understand them, understand how they tick, understand their incentives, understand the business case they see in it, and also how they work. And that brings me to the second point, which is organizational culture. This is not to be underestimated. We as UN have to be especially aware that we're a strange animal that is sometimes slow moving and maybe less responsive than private entities that we partner with. And we have to make sure to be always to have this in mind and to accommodate the differences in organizational culture. Also in terms of synchronizing working methods, keeping in mind reporting requirements, M&E. It comes down to very basic things, as in how soon do you answer an email. As well, I would like to stress that it's always important to ensure a broad organizational buy-in, and that goes, of course, for all the partners. From our perspective, as I just mentioned, it's very important to put every partnership on a very broad basis and bring in as many cross-cutting issues as we can. Some fall out by the side automatically because they're not applicable or not viable in the financial framework of the partnership. But we try to really capitalize on our in-house expertise. I think that was very well illustrated by what Christian said, actually, more than I can explain it to you. So this is really in order to realize the full potential that is in this partnership. And then, again, the sequencing, we really like to work step by step, build on what has been achieved, and then go a step further. And by that virtue, we already built trust in the partnership, personal relationship, on a personal level, which I think is one of those things that we came out to realize as a fundamental ingredient for success. So if you ask me, what is it that characterizes the partnerships that have been most successful? I would think it's that. It's a personal level of trust, knowing and understanding each other, which gives you flexibility as well. And all partners know what the common aim is, and then they work on a little bit of maneuvering flexibility. Also, it's important for us to rely on existing structures. This way we are more efficient than having to implement a standalone project. And another thing is that this is maybe due to our mandate. We are very close to the private sector in the first place. So for us, really, partnerships that address the core business, expertise, and operations work very well. This is maybe very UNIDO-specific, but nevertheless, it has been a lesson that we learned. Another thing is that contributions, at best, are complementary. As little as possible of overlap, not getting into each other's territory or creating competition inside, but having complementary contributions to offer to make the partnership a success. And then also to have some sort of an equity within this balance of contributions, say, so that everybody feels fully appreciated, let's say. Yeah, I think from my side that would be kind of the do's.
Well, for me, the most important thing about lessons learned in working with industries to enhance their water and energy efficiency is what is feasible and what is not feasible. Private sector will always be driven. That's why it's private sector. They're profit-oriented. So if there is water is available for free, no one will look into how much water you use. If the water price is very low, the company might be very corporate social responsible and say, yes, we want to do something about it. But then again, the possibilities about doing investments, when it's a changed management pattern that you use less water, okay, no saving, no costs. They will do it. They will be happy to do it. But unless there is any economic incentive for a company or a regulatory pressure to do something, they will continue business as usual. If there is no regulation in place to reduce your effluents, well, treating effluents, unless you have such high organic loads in your effluent that you can really come up with a cost-efficient energy generation from your effluents, will always be an extra cost. So, and I think it's important that we understand what drives a private sector player. They will look, in the end of the day, they have a certain amount of money they can invest, and this money will go into areas where they see the highest return on investment. And I think that's why we have the strengths as UNIDO with our technical expertise, for instance, the test, to show companies that investing in some environmental aspects also has a return on investment and makes the company more profitable. And that's what creates the win-win situation. In the end of the day, the industry is not driven by, even if they're very corporate social responsible, yes, they want to shine, they want to publish a beautiful report at the end of the year what they've done, but what's driving them is they want to increase their profit margin. And when you can do this and at the same time reduce the environmental impact, that's when you create this win-win situation. And what we can do is also to influence somehow the regulatory framework. We have another project in Tatarstan where a clear mandate by the Global Environment Facility is that we have to come up with we have to jointly develop economic instruments with our partner institutions in the country and to see how the regulatory framework can be influenced in order to allow upscaling from projects. Will always be a drop on a hot stone, but if you really want to change the business environment, you need to address this regulatory framework, you need to come up with stronger economic instruments. It was for me an eye-opener also to see that in one country, you look at Russia, and the first step, sorry Igor, you would say it's not Russian, it's the same, energy prices, but they vary really by 50, 60, 70%. And what is feasible in one province is not feasible in the next province. And this is, I think, the key lessons learned. You cannot just take one approach which works in one place and disseminate it. You need to also see how you can influence the environment, the business environment. That's always what the private sector will operate in. And if we have a chance to do this by creating some economic incentives, by disseminating information which was gained in one project, experience and knowledge which has been gained with the help of public donor funds, then this can finally contribute to really achieve a larger scale change and to upscale these investments on a larger scale, countrywide, nationwide, and finally globally.
Well, thank you very much. Again, the floor is open. Fine, still okay. Josephine.
Thank you very much to both of you. I really think it's been very good, the illustrations and also the general points, and of course, Igor. I just wanted, you left a question on the plate. You said, I'm going to tell you the do's, but I'm not going to tell you the don'ts. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about what you have learned in relation to what you shouldn't do when you're working in partnerships.
Thank you for the question. It's actually the flip side of the do's. So implicitly, yes, I mean, it comes down very much to disregarding what I've just told you as the do's. Failure to communicate is one. Failure to budget is a very mundane other one. Ignoring cultural differences. And then, of course, choosing inadequate partners in one way or another. Neglecting buy-in shouldn't happen. But and then I think most of them are somehow psychologically rooted. So the next one that I've put down is want too much too soon, which is very human, but maybe puts you up for failure. There's also something else that I still wanted to say, and I might just abuse this chance to do so. And it's for this case of the nexus, water energy nexus. Again, I mean, there can't be. I can't give you a recipe there, but I think that partnerships actually are a very useful tool when we come to these transboundary issues or cross-cutting, or whichever way you want to call them. Because again, I've pointed that out. I think that business is really very well placed to help creating integrated solutions for complex problems. That's one dimension. It can minimize the trade-off between those two dimensions. Another one would be to allow for a certain push-pull strategy on our side, which would be that you can incentivize companies to work with you or a whole industry to work with you with one of those two issues and then piggyback on it with the other, or trying to capitalize on the attractiveness of one of those issues for the industry, which I think is very much there. We've heard before that there is actually the need for technologies for innovation in many of those areas that have been addressed. And of course, the obvious one would be efficiency out of the synergy. So thanks for allowing me to digress a bit on the question.
Please, Kathleen.
Oops, sorry. Thanks a lot for the really interesting presentations. I had actually a question coming back on Christian's remark. I think that's quite interesting, the point that you raised about the economic incentives and the appropriate regulatory structure. I'm curious, since you've had a lot of experience working with the private sector, I know from the work we've done at OECD, oftentimes there's a lot of resistance to putting in place abstraction charges or water prices or even appropriate regulations to deal with water quality concerns. And sometimes that comes from the private sector, but I also think there are sometimes private sector players who, if they're a bit more forward-looking and the ones who are a little bit more on the cutting edge can turn into allies and also try to push the agenda on encouraging regulatory reforms and also economic incentives. Do you find it's a case that it's a mixed bag when it comes to private sector positions on those types of issues?
Well, I absolutely agree, and that's one of the aspects where we're going to cooperate with Baltica and the regulatory bodies, basically to come up with something which makes sense for the environment and something which also makes sense for the industries. Because also someone like Carlsberg has an interest that you have a level playing field. You don't want to have a disincentive by being more environmentally aware and more environmentally friendly, whereas your neighbor keeps polluting. So yes, and the flip side is that often what we've seen in work with government agencies who have to come up with standards and guidelines and thresholds that have a tendency to be too rigorous. So it needs to be this discussion process. It needs to bring the three players on one desk that they can discuss saying, okay, if you reduce the threshold to whatever value, this means for us as an industry A, B, C, D, that there is this awareness, because often the government agencies, and let's assume it's a country where there is no kind of kickback from, I don't see the pollution, then it can work. And in other places, we've been working on a huge phosphate factory in West Africa, which is a state-owned company. And basically, as long as it's profitable the way it is, and even if there are complaints from other repairing countries that the pollution plume reaches 2 countries along the current, or along the Guinea current, very little interest. Yes, they would be interested that the JEF or someone provides the technology and pays for the technology. But there is very little interest from them, by the public authorities, to introduce any thresholds, any guidelines, any standards. And there is, since it's also a major contribution towards the GDP of the country and towards taxes, to change the situation. So you cannot always achieve this win-win situation. You might wait, as bad as it is for the environment, but it doesn't make sense for any donor country to come in. If the country is ready, or the company is ready to take up a subsidized loan, African Development Bank, World Bank, yes, then you can support them. We did terms of references. We came up with a detailed technical concept. We said whether the product they're wasting right now could be recycled and reused. So the concept was there, but still there was a lack of interest by this industry really to invest. And since there was no pressure from the government, it won't happen most probably. But if you have players who have an interest really to influence their business environment, you can achieve very good results.
Well, thank you very much. More questions? I have one. Well, an interesting part, of course, which I wanted also to highlight is that UNIDO manages several projects on behalf of the Global Environmental Facility for the large marine ecosystem. One I already mentioned, that is the Mediterranean. Yet another is the Guinea Current, and yet another is the Gulf of Mexico. So we are in a very interesting and a critical stage to go into the phase 2. And this creates, of course, new level of the partnership, the governance of because there are 5 pillars of the LME. approach or ecosystem approach for the LMEs. Number one is the governance. So how are we building the partnerships? And someone mentioned in the morning session the hypoxia or the dead zones in the Gulf of Mexico, other things like a Deepwater Horizon and other things which have been also part of the discussion. So how are we governing all these types of the larger scale with all the partners? This is also a very interesting issue. Now, Chris, I had a question for you about the replication. How do you think we can replicate, if at all, the Carlsberg experience?
Well, not even limiting it to breweries, but as long as you find a company which has an interest to really change the way to do business, and if we have gone through the due diligence process, because again, when we started with Carlsberg, we planned to sign an MOU. Before we got green light to sign this MOU, not only from legal, but also we had to go through this due diligence process where the business partnership said, are these the good ones? Can you work with them, or can't you do it? Once you have such a partner and they're willing to really change their business and to invest also, it's quite easy to replicate it. You will have then to adjust it. What can be done in detail depends on the framework conditions, the system setup, what is being produced, where it's being produced, what are the energy prices, what are the water prices, what incentives can be presented for the industry to really change their water and energy consumption. But it is replicable. But you need, first of all, someone from the private sector, one industry who's really interested in working along this field. So that's the most important thing.
Well, thank you very much. Do we have questions? If not, for the time being, we're not wrapping up the section. I have a little bit of a dessert for you. I wanted to say at the end about the nexus between water and energy from the UNIDO point of view. And I will skip the trivial points like that the energy needs water and water needs energy. All these types of the nice slides. Now, I wanted to show also some of the UNIDO activities in the water and energy nexus. And of course, sustainable energy for all comes the first, and the UNIDO YASA study on water energy nexus. The definition of the critical linkages between the water and energy, opportunities, potential, and then the capacity development and the knowledge sharing. And this is how I would like to end that. Before I wrap it up, we started a bit late and I still have 2 or 3 minutes. Do you have any questions on the whole session or on that last part on the water and energy nexus of UNIDO? Josephina.
Sorry, I just have a comment more than a question on this issue of the viability that you were talking about before, maybe also linking to your analysis. I think, it looks, sorry, you can hear with that one. I think, the fact is that you have different partners, and it looks to me that in the Carlsberg case, the JEF financing was very important to, the financing to make it viable. That's what you were saying. If we can translate that also to the thirsty initiative of the World Bank, the thirsty energy initiative of the World Bank, they have different kinds of partners. You have partners like Abengoa and people like that who have other interests, and still they are interested in partnering. And I just wonder, in both cases, how much of the goals that you want to achieve, whether it's the tension between the different actors having different goals, or how you can, maybe steer the process and make sure that even if you have those different goals, you can still, agree on this kind of MOU, if you want. You agree on something that you want to do together, and those tensions don't have that kind of impact that may take it away from the original objective.
Well, before I give the possibility for the members of the panel, let me pick it, on the different partners. First of all, our Director General comes eventually from the World Bank. He was a vice president of the World Bank some time ago, and he comes from the Ministry of Finance. He tells us, and I sincerely believe that we're talking to the same partners. One. Two is that we gave you an example of the switch mat, which is the European Commission. But simultaneously with this, it's a bit premature, but we are in the same region actually, with the Union for the Mediterranean, with the headquarters in Barcelona. We were discussing, let's put it, a financial mechanism project for the transfer of environmentally sound technologies with the EBRD, European Bank for the Reconstruction and Development. As you are probably aware, you are of course aware, is that now EBRD is covering the southern Mediterranean or northern Africa since, if I'm not mistaken, don't quote me, this year. And EBRD is sincerely looking for all sorts of the partnerships, for the industries, for the green investments mechanisms. And we are on the ground. We have the industries, which some of them have signed the Global Compact, and we have the ready-mail pre-screened, that they don't have to go through the whole pre-screening exercise. In fact, we're discussing a number of things. Well, the EBRD has their own. We cannot make for them the feasibility study, okay, because every investor wants to have its own feasibility study. But a kind of a pre-screening, pre-feasibility, and help them with the financial mechanisms there. And also actually spreading it to Turkey and the Balkan states. This is what we're doing. So we're talking the same partners, actually, this with the World Bank. If we're talking the same partners with the EBRD, so we should be talking the same partners with the World Bank. Any questions, any additions to that?
Well, the partners might be different because whether you're a large energy utility or a manufacturing industry, you follow different approaches, but the underlying philosophy, if I remember this morning, we saw this incremental cost curves. Basically, if water consumption increases, this would be the technical solutions, interbasin transfers or whatever needs to be done, and each solution was progressively more expensive. And again, then the idea was, well, at some point in time, it might become more feasible and cheaper to reduce the water consumption, to invest in whatever measures which are required to reduce the water consumption. And then I think it's pretty much the same approach. It's also what we show manufacturing industries, that you can have a return on your investment in energy efficiency, in water efficiency, in this application of environmentally sound technologies. And then the second fly you catch with one swat is that you also have the reduction of the detrimental environmental impacts. I would say it's pretty much the same approach, different partners, and each of us in this room here, most probably we have different comparative strengths and comparative advantages to work with different partners. And this work, the direct cooperation with manufacturing industries, that's where UNIDO can offer expertise, that's where we have the in-house expertise, that's where we have strong partners and experience. And I would be reluctant, for instance, to do a project like this Thirsty Energy Initiative, because it's not really where we have the comparative advantages. But if we cooperate, if we collaborate and exchange the ideas, and basically if we see that in the end of the day, it's not so much difference in between the approaches, it's just targeting different sectors, different industries. And then overall, we can achieve to reduce the water consumption and the energy consumption in one country, because it's puzzles, bits and pieces which are interlinked.
Well, any questions, comments before we summarize and adjourn the session? We started 10 minutes later, and I would like to have only 2 more minutes. So, No, you see on the screen actually two abstracts from the Vienna Energy Forum last year. You know, on the nexus, kind of an outcome of the discussion on the nexus between water and energy, so that you can also take into consideration. But if there are no more questions from the audience from the floor, let me summarize of what we wanted to say. We wanted to offer, you know, the inclusive and sustainable industrial development among the partnerships. We wanted to offer the green industry platform as a partnership which is already existing among the other partners, that it is still open for more partnerships. We opened also some solutions, and we believe that the further partnering is a solution, and you saw the prerequisites for that. And of course, as the technical or technological solutions, we believe it has been very successful for us. We are offering the transfer of environmentally sound technologies. And this is a summary of that session. And with that, I would like to close this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Igor. Thank you, Christian. Thank you for this very lively panel. I think we all learned a lot about what you are doing, hopefully. And it was very nice to have this format of discussion as well. We are now having, nearly half an hour break. You have coffee time until 4:30. This idea of having a little bit longer coffee times is on purpose, so you have time to talk to each other. So I learned that it's as important the free time as the sessions themselves. So please go ahead, but come back in about 4:30. Thank you very much, and we will have another very interesting session to relate to industry partnerships led by UNEP. Thank you very much.
A ver, bueno, Alfonso te llamas, ¿no?
Sí. La verdad es que está en español, la debería haber hecho en inglés, pero...
me tengo que decir.
Bueno, la contaré en inglés, aunque esté en español.
Tengo que sí, pero bueno. Lo he hecho, ¿no? ¿Es esta de aquí?
Sí.
¿Cuál de estas?
Está ahí en PowerPoint. Y en PDF no vaya a ser que algo falle.
Sí, vale. Te la cojo solo PowerPoint. Si falla, pues te la sacas del bolsillo y la ponemos, ¿vale? Para no liar. Te voy a dejar aquí, 14 de enero. Es ahí de Ben 2, ¿vale? Ajá. Y aquí, tú eres el último en hablar, creo, ¿no?
Creo que sí.
Vamos a ver, que creo que eres el quinto. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, el quinto, sí. Vale, te la sacamos. Miramos que funcione. ¿Te parece bien?
A ver, vete al final a ver si se ve todo.
Sí, no, esto es...
No, digo ahí al...
Sí, ¿no?
¿Qué tal lo de diseño? ¿Lo habéis podido proyectar lo de...?
No sé por qué se quedaba bloqueado aquí, se ha quedado bloqueado. Además que es una pena porque igual que se ha cargado el vídeo ahí,
claro, sí,
se ha cargado aquí y de repente sale como que tiempo de espera de ejecución número 6 y luego no me he puesto a investigar mientras estaba la conferencia encima.
Vale, no, por eso como te he visto ya que marchaban, digo, pues voy a pensar que se...
¿Sabes que al principio ha funcionado, pero luego no?
Es lo raro, por eso igual que se ha cargado en la otra. Sí. No tiene por qué, si es un link.
No, y se ha visto que se cargaba. Se veía que se cargaba.
Vale, no. Lo mismo tiene algún problema con el flash.
ponía tiempo de ejecución.
De flash no lo reconoce.
Sí, que a lo mejor el flash no sea el
No me
mismo
extrañaría porque yo
versión.
tuve que actualizar la versión de flash en esos dos equipos porque había cosas que no se... de flash y Java, las dos. Entonces lo mismo es alguna historia que no...
Pero normalmente te lo señala, ¿no? Bueno, a lo mejor no.
Con el flash hay veces que no, que te dice simplemente lo carga y luego no lo ejecuta.
Puede ser, puede ser. Bueno, sí, lo digo, sí.
No, por eso era si había posibilidad de descargarlo aquí en un pendrive y haberlo pasado.
O sea, que ha sido una cosa de última hora, o sea, que tampoco se metió, yo no sé qué es lo que estaba dentro del programa. Y no ha hecho mal. Cuatro partidos, si quieres.
Sí, ya estoy por aquí.
Entonces me las mandaron a mí.
Te las estoy colocando a UNED ahora, ¿no? Te estoy poniendo el 1, 2, 3, 4, ¿sabes? Que es que me parece mucho mejor.
Ah, muy bien.
Porque así están ya... ¿Tienes esa?
Es que le cambié.
Yo creo que tienes abierto esto, ¿eh?
Sí.
Okay. We are going to start our last panel session. This session, just going to inform you a little bit, Saoji, if I may take just 1 second of your time. After this session, we are going to have a side event which runs from 6 to 7. And the side event is sort of how our host country are, how do they perceive the challenges on water and energy. Of course, most of the panelists will be talking in Spanish, but there will be simultaneous translation if you are interested. And, you know, it will be interesting for me, at least, to know how they perceive this. The side event will finish at 7, and then there will be some cars taking us here to the visits to the regional government main headquarters. And that's as I said, that's a very nice palace, and I recommend that you go there. Of course, those that don't stay for the side event, they can go directly. In the first daily that we gave you, there is a map in which you can see where the palace is, and you can go there directly and wait for us. The site visit is at 7:30, and the transportation will leave from here at the end of the Spanish side event. Okay, so yeah, just wanted to say that when the people are still listening, you know, after your session, which is a very intense session, you know, maybe too many ideas in their brains. Okay, so it is my great pleasure to introduce you to Xiaoji Li, who is the head of Integrated Resources Management Unit in the Division of Technology, Industry and Economics of the United Nations Environmental Program. And Xiaoji, the floor is yours. You will introduce your panelists and the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Josephina. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I don't have to introduce myself, but I want to present our team. I don't think that I cannot say, because Chinese is almost very modest, so I don't say this is the best team, but it's a very competitive team. So Josephina gave UNEP a task, asked us to look into the industry partnership and among the industry on water energy nexus. So we do have a lot of industry partners. So today, we are fortunate, to invite some of them and to present their experience. So let me start from far right, and let me try to at least Simon. Simon is from the International Hydro Association. I think this association has been in place for many, many years. Many people are aware of that. And so I think hydro is one of the most controversial issues. And when we talk about the energy water nexus, and also particularly look into the 3 dimensions of sustainable development. So I think today Simon will introduce what is their perspective, how they put the safeguard in place to ensure when they build the new dam, have more hydro projects to consider the social benefit and the environment benefit. Next to him is Robert from the European Commission. And the European Commission is a big public institution. And everybody knows that they are very substantive, have a lot of resources. Specifically, Robert is responsible for the partnership facilitation and projects focused on energy. They try to create the innovative way to facilitate the creation of the partnership among the industries, among the private and public sectors. Then is Alista from the BP. I don't have to reintroduce the BP. And whoever don't know the BP, please leave the room. But the BP's perspective on energy and the water, which is very, very interesting. I know because of BP, everybody live one way or the other linked with the BP. But the BP's reputation is not 100% kind of, I would say, clean or green or whatever. But let's listen to them. As a private, as an international, multinational corporation, what do they do to emphasize the water, energy, environment, and the social benefit? So I want to structure this afternoon's session maybe in this way. Firstly, I will give some general broad brush presentation about the UNEP, how we look at the nexus issue. Then I will give the floor to our team, my colleagues, let them to make their presentation, each of them maybe around 5 minutes. And after that, maybe 1 or 2 questions just for information clarification. Then after the panel finish their presentation, we want to open the floor. You can see, I use my high level of voice because I want to awake everybody. I want to stimulate everybody. Please pay attention to our presentation. I told my team this morning there is no authority in the water energy issue because the issue is new challenge. So if whoever claims they are the authority, don't believe that. Means we all in the learning curve, in the learning process. The learning needs this kind of interactive dialogue. So we are ready to pick up the challenge. I hope you are ready to challenge us. Let us stop here. Let me start my general point. I forgot. Last but most important, Iris. I'm sorry, Iris Chang. She's from Greenpeace. I don't have to introduce Greenpeace either. But how Greenpeace look at the energy water issue? They do a lot of study on the country level in China, in South Africa, in India. They find out a lot of gloomy pictures, miserable story. Meanwhile, they also find out the rosy picture, the encouraging story. I don't want to repeat that. Leave the time to her. Okay, let's do my homework. So what is the nexus? From our perspective, the nexus, literally we are talking the interconnection, interdependency. So we think we should deepen our understanding about the nexus issue. Nexus have the biophysical nexus aspect, which is the physical interaction, which is natural, with or without people's or human beings' intervention. It's there. That is, in another sense, we are talking the ecosystem. Then there is a nexus in the use, sorry for my pronunciation, utilitarian, but in the usage. When human beings intervene, they want to make use of the natural resources. They have another type of the nexus. So far, our meeting and also international attention pay more attention to this issue, to the interaction, to the nexus in the utilization. Another, since we look at the nexus issue, we look at not only one aspect. We will look at the multiple, multi-phase, many aspects together. But our understanding in terms of the scientific knowledge, our organization and our governance policy still function in the solo, which is not right. When we talk the third aspect of the nexus, we have to think about the institutional aspects, which including, we should have, some common understanding about the challenge we are facing. And based on those common understanding or based on the science part, so we can have the integrated planning. Then we talk about the relevant technology infrastructure. The technology infrastructure cannot only address one resources, have to address multiple resources, particularly their linkage. Try to seek the synergy. Then there is the governance issue, there is the capacity building issue. That I feel that is the science for policy or science to policy issue. I think the current debate, we should focus more on this issue. Because as I mentioned, the nexus issue, the new issue, we are all in the learning curve. Try to get the best science available, to get the data, methodology, and that is the most important. Then, we all talk about, water. Water energy is important, is critical. But the water energy, they are means. They are not end themselves. The end is sustainable development. Then we are talking 3 dimensions. Must be human-centered, environmental responsible, and also sustained economy. Because sustained economy growth is the precondition for poverty alleviation. So we put the nexus issue in the sustainable, more broad perspective. This picture, I think everybody know about, which is to talk about the utilization, different water for different use sectors. I don't have to go to the detail, but at the corner of this corner, we should look into the environment flow. In terms of the efficiency, we want to use every drop of water for production. But if you look at the ecosystem, you cannot use up every drop. You have to leave something for environmental flow to maintain the health of the ecosystem. This picture, I think many people see the different version, which is looking into the water in the whole ecosystem. Their function, whole ecosystem, like a river basin, hydropower development, biodiversity, maintain the biodiversity, agriculture, generated the massive biomass from the crop to forest, and the quality, pollution issue, and the disaster, and how to make the ecosystem and the social society more resilient to the disaster. We may talk all those elements. We cannot talk without water. This is a graph we are using for the UNEP when we discussed what is the resource efficiency. We first look at the planet. Then there is the biotic. There are the abiotic. Then we look at the utilization part, look at the society part, technology, economics, input, from bottom up. So for that is the way we look at the water nexus issue is as an integral part of the whole ecosystem or whole system the human being, human society rely on. This graphic, I think, maybe a little bit blurry, cannot see, which just tell, all of those nexus issue. You can see there is the water component. In terms of the resources, we look at the water with the material, fossil fuel, mineral, metal, biomass. We look at the energy system. We look at the land. Every those component, again, cannot function without the water. That is why we look at the water energy issue. We like to look at it broadly, look at the ecosystem rather than zoom in just these two. Because when you have the broader perspective, it's more complicated, but you can find out more opportunity to generate the synergy to consider the solution. Later on, I will show some examples. Then I want to use some buzzword, to focus and so-called principle. When we talk about the water energy in the context of the poverty reduction, the word is availability, accessibility. Environment consideration is important. Economic benefit is viability is important, but that gave the secondary consideration when the people starving, people struggling to survive. When we talk the use, in the economic part, we are talking efficiency. That is only not one efficiency. Sometimes it's the co-efficiency, sometimes it's the multiple efficiency. And then later on, I will just quickly go through some good example. Then when we talk the ecosystem, the buzzword is maintain the healthy flow. For energy, for water, you should maintain the healthy flow. Whenever the flow stopped or flow is polluted, the life is dying. Then, I used the word very commercial, capitalized. We should consider this, capitalize the nexus issue. Whenever we talk nexus issue, a lot of people alarmist, saying, that make one crisis worse. Two crises, the triple crisis. Yes, triple crisis also means the opportunity broaden. When we look at that, we can find out the way to plan it holistically, to plan it holistically. For instance, in my previous, when I prepared this slides, I have a few slides about the urbanization. Urban is a concentration. Everybody know in next few decades how many people will come to the city. What is the situation, a slum situation, lack of basic service situation in the urban area so far? That means the opportunity. If you look at I provide energy to the urban, to the slum, sanitation to the urban slum, provide this individually, the benefit, the synergy is not there. But if you plan this holistically, the investment will be less, benefit will be more. Then, when we look at the policy intervention, economic instruments, later on, my colleagues from different perspectives will give more example. I'm not going to spend time on that. Their example is more critical, more specific, and it is real life. Again, this. When we just look at the crisis part, we think the crisis is one compounding with the other. But meanwhile, when you look at the opportunity part, you can find out the better opportunity or address all the issues together rather than singly. Let me go next one. Enabling the nexus, which is talking about in terms of policy and how to do assessment. You do one assessment, data for energy, look at the energy access, energy efficiency improve, renewable energy is one way. But if you look at the holistically, link, when you do the energy access, study, you look into the water issue. You look into the material flow issue. If we put every places with a windmill, whether we have that much land available, how much material will consumed? If we put every roof with a photovoltaic, do we have enough silicon? After one generation, how you reuse or treat those kind of the waste, new waste? All of this we should consider from a life cycle point of view. Then, there is a few examples. I just gave the very snapshot on this. Later on, Alistair will give us an example about the BP. BP look at the energy water issue. They look at they are the private sector. They look at the balance sheet. They find out that this is a good way to get the return from their investment, no matter if the short term or long term. So. I use this the story of the dry island, which is Singapore. Singapore is an island. over the last 20, 25 years, Singapore's population increased 2.5 times, and the GDP increased 26 times. So water consumption increased 5 times. So I would say this realized we call the decoupling, means the economic growth rate decoupled from the resources use rate. That's happened. But there's the one thing I want to put that caveat with Singapore, because Singapore, in terms of the virtual water, they import a lot of the crops. They import a lot of water-intensive goods. In a sense, the water consumption burden shifted to other countries. But we look at this, we are doing a study try to quantify that one. No, I go too fast. Israel. People talk about Israel. I think even in this meeting, several people talk about Israel. Israel is a miracle in the desert. Let me show this chart. This chart is a different color, show the different source of the water from different. The below one, which is from natural, which is from surface water, underground water, you can see there is no increase from their extraction of the water. Meanwhile, their water demand and supply increased. They all come from the reused water. Most Israel is a country reused trees, and the wastewater, reused wastewater is the highest of the world. Then finally, let me show an example about look at the different resources holistically, we can find a solution. Then I want to show an example of the nutrient. Everybody look at the nutrient, and even or you look at from the geochemical circle. Basically, we extract the minerals underground. We fixed the nitrogen from atmosphere. We used a lot of energy. When we turn that into the fertilizer, the fertilizer efficiency global average is about 20%. Means most the fertilizer was wasted. Wasted became the pollutant. You caused the water pollution. You caused eutrophication, coastline pollution, all of those issues. And also, now in the nutrients, we use the fertilizer, generate the crops, the food. There is the food waste, 1/3 of our food wasted over the average. Then, meanwhile, another very shocking reality is, at this moment, we have 1/3 of the human population. I'm talking 2.5 billion people without sanitation. And at this moment, only 20% waste water has been treated. 80% discharged directly to the water, to the ocean. If we want to provide basic service, sanitation, to those 2.5 billion people, use the current modern sanitation facility, like in OECD. Everybody get the hot water shower every day. We have the flush toilet. How much water, how much wastewater will be generated? How much energy will be used to treat those wastewater? So we have to think about the whole nutrient cycle and the geochemical cycle to find out where is the hard spot we can take action in order to seek the synergy. So my presentation is just this. I have a few questions. First, I ask my colleague from the panelists. Then I also threw the question to you guys. And I want, again, this panel is interactive. You challenge us. If I cannot pick up challenge, we will do our homework. We will challenge you. If you cannot pick up the challenge, let's keep in touch. You'll provide more information to me. Let me stop here. And any immediate question for clarification from me? No, great. Next, I want to invite an assistant. You want to use this? I can to move.
Well, thank you, everybody.
You want to move here?
No, it's okay. I can do it from here, I think. So, I've got very short 3 slides. I want to talk about 2 things. And it's 2 different types of partnerships. The first partnership is related to getting a scientific basis of information, understanding how energy relies on water and how much water is used in the energy industry. And the second is actually taking it down to a practical example of a partnership that we have adopted in Southwest Australia. A number of you have picked up a couple of publications. This isn't an advertisement, but about 4 to 5 years ago, BP decided to really try and understand, with the growth in energy demands over the next 30, 40 years, how would our natural resources cope with that? How would it impact water? How would it impact land? And how would it impact minerals? So we put together a consortium of about 14, 15 universities from the US, from China, from Brazil, from the UK, who came together and started investigating a number of different areas. And this was termed the Energy Sustainability Challenge. And I think most of them have gone, but there's a few brochures maybe left outside that actually describes this research. It actually provides the information that is all freely available on a website that can be downloaded. I don't want to talk about that in any more detail, other than one of the key outputs from that is a document that is called Water in the Energy Industry. And I did put about 40 copies out, and I see they're all gone. Apart from this one, so if anybody wants it, you have to come for it, be first. But I can send more, and it's downloadable, and there's a website on there, and I'm sure when the slides get loaded up, you can download that document. Now, this document, again, was put together by these universities, and it is factual. It is purely a factual document, and it looks at all the different energy pathways. It looks at oil and gas, for obvious reasons, but it looks at coal, it looks at biofuels, it looks at how oil is refined, it looks at uranium extraction, it looks at the nuclear and the thermal energy power production, and how water is used in these areas. And it's been researched by these academics to really get to the bottom of the actual numbers that are available, how much water is actually being used. Because I think it was earlier today somebody was talking about some of the myths that may be out there, and the information can sometimes be interpreted in different ways. What we're trying to put out there is a factual body of evidence that has been researched, and each number that's in this document actually goes back to an original data source. So it's all there. And if it's not, you need to get in contact, because that was the primary aim. I haven't got enough time to go through all the findings, but a couple of key pieces of information. What we did find, there was a huge variation in what people call withdrawal, in particular what people call consumption. It is a word that's bandied around and means 15 different things to 15 different places. So when EDF say we need to sort that out this morning, I'm quite supportive of that. And it's quite difficult to get, but about 10%, and I think these figures are well known around the world, is used in energy production of freshwater withdrawals. About 1% of that is what BP and the oil and gas industry is involved in. That's the extraction of fossil fuels in terms of oil and gas, and the refining. Now, these may look like small numbers, but I think everybody appreciates that a small amount of water taken in a water-scarce area can have a pretty significant impact. And the regional context in this document comes through loud and clear. The one thing the research did show is that the energy sector has been lowering how much water it has been withdrawn and consuming over the last 30 years. Not across the board, but there has been technological advances, and hopefully there will continue to be technological advances to reduce that, what we call the water intensity, how much fresh water is used to produce a unit of energy. And I'll give an example in a minute about that, but there's a firm belief that with technology, there are still many, many more opportunities to reduce that intensity further. Because with energy demands going up, we want to minimize the growth in freshwater demands for energy. And there's lots of ways of doing that. Within BP, we're starting to use a buzzword, which is that we've got 4 R's. If you've come across companies, things, they've all got different R's that involve recycling and reuse, but we've got a 4th. Replacing water is using non-freshwater sources. We've heard earlier this morning from Sandia Laboratories that the hydraulic fracturing may be using brackish water, saline water instead of fresh water. Cooling can be using saline water as well. And in BP, we're investigating use of and researching where we can use saline water where possible. On the flip side of that, though, there's always a trade-off. There's always could be a much increased energy need and increased greenhouse gas emissions to try and create fresh water from non-freshwater bodies. And so this is not something that I suspect will be applied everywhere. It will only be applied where the need is most necessary. And when it comes to reuse and recycling, we can recycle and reuse within our own operations. But that could limit what can actually be done. When you bring out and pull it out to a much bigger area involving other industries in other areas, maybe some of the solutions can be a little bit better and more effective. A final R, which is a double R, regional responsibility, is where I believe that industry, civic society, and governments need to work together to get the right water allocation and use water as effectively as possible. So, moving slightly on, how are we in BP rising the challenge? We do, as every industry does, we do proper risk management. We try and understand where we operate, what the conditions are and where we operate. We try and understand the regulatory regime, the social conditions that exist, and make appropriate decisions accordingly. We are investing in technology and looking at technology. We are going to operate in areas where scarcity of water will be high, and we need to try and further reduce how much water we need to extract oil and gas or to refine oil. But most importantly, we do believe in partnerships where partnerships exist. And I've got one example there, and this is a partnership that isn't new. It started in the mid-90s in southwest Australia, and it's at a refinery called Kwinana, where because of the growth of the city of Perth and the growth of all the upstream activities, agriculture, mining in the catchment, the runoff into the river system reduced by 50, 60, 70% over a 20-year period. And so fresh water became quite a scarce resource. And with industry using relatively large volumes, there was a need to actually take ownership and actually see what can we do about this. So we developed a partnership with the industries around us, with the local authority, with the water company, to try and look at what would be the best way forward. So all the industries worked themselves and reduced their own use of water. There was recycling, reuse in small scale adopted in various areas to reduce that demand. But the key thing we got together was to actually lay pipelines, put treatment systems in so that our source of water changed from the river to treated sewage effluent from the local municipal works. And you can see the figures there. That kind of partnership, when everybody agrees on the principles in which that partnership needs to work, can actually deliver some quite amazing results to reduce your freshwater withdrawal over a 15-year period by 90% while increasing the amount of oil that is actually being refined is a good news story. And so I'll finish off by saying that we're helping deliver the science, but we're also at the other end actually trying to implement some of the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia. Any kind of burning question for fact or information clarification, please? This lady.
Hi, thank you. Based on the success of this Australian project, I'm just wondering, is BP considering scaling that up in a more international context or using those lessons learned elsewhere in its operations?
Can you reserve your question, your answer later? It's a fact clarification. This is a good question. Alicia, keep that and address that later. And who else? Great.
Jack Moss from Equifed. Can I just provide part of the answer to that question by telling you that part of the World Business Council Sustainable Development is working with one of its member companies to produce a thing called Water Match. And the purpose of this is to help businesses match up their activities with sources of used water, wastewater, so that they can repeat exactly this kind of thing all over the world. And that will be mapped onto the basis of the World Business Council Sustainable Development's water tool, which enables businesses to map risk in relation to water all over the place.
Okay, if no question at this point, let's go to the next presenter. Here is you. No? Later on, we'll address those questions later on.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. While Xiaoyi is pulling up the presentation, I would just like to quickly introduce myself. My name is Iris Cheng. I'm a climate and energy specialist at Greenpeace International. I focus mostly on the power sector, specifically on coal, but also partly on renewables deployment. And today, the reason why the message I bring to you is quite a clear, simple one. First, I wanted to talk to you specifically about coal's water use. And the reason for that is that within the water consumption in the power sector, coal sector is like the big white elephant in the room. This is a graph that is based on the International Energy Agency's World Energy Outlook in 2012. They've analyzed the expected water consumption by the different parts of the power sector, and this is in the current policy scenario. So this is what happens according to today's policy deployment. Coal is already taking over half of the water demand by the power sector, but it is actually expected to grow to be responsible for 50% of the growth. And I bring to you here to this conference three case studies from China, India, and South Africa. And what we would like to show you is that the water energy nexus question is not a theoretical one, that we are on the ground, we're observing coal-related water conflict already in these. And these three countries, why we want to focus on these three countries is because, A, they're the biggest energy growth regions, and secondly, they are all already water stressed. So this is where we are observing. And in China, the first case, this is the blue dots in the map are the 15 proposed coal-fired power bases under the 12 five-year plan. And collectively, the expected water usage or water demand by the power bases is going to exceed 10 billion cubic meters of water. And to put it in context, that's 1/6 of the Yellow River annual flow. And clearly, there isn't already enough water. As you can see, the colors on the map is the water availability, the precipitation of those regions. So why is China expanding coal in the drier north and not the south, not the east part? Is because there's massive air pollution. As I'm sure you've heard about all the massive episodes of and the related health impact from the air pollution. And the secondly is that that's where the coal resources are. So there's a clear mismatch in this case. And in India, the situation is even more urgent. In a case in Maharashtra, this is where Mumbai is, and that's the biggest kind of economic powerhouse, and that's really extremely energy thirsty. In Maharashtra, there are currently 4 coal plants, but they're looking to expand, build 71 more power plants. But this is also a really important area for agriculture. And in the Vidarbha region in particular, that whole region is extremely water stressed. And there have been already 6,000 documented farmers' suicide. This is according to government data. In the past 10 years over the lack of irrigation facilities. So it makes no sense to put in place to use coal to build, which is such a high water intensive energy. And then finally, I would like to show you the case of the South Africa. So there's again a very bleak kind of water challenge there. There is by 2030, it is expected that the unmet water demand is expected to reach 17% of the total supply. And as numerous speakers have already pointed out, South Africa is one of the most water-stressed countries in the world. And here, in the recent past couple of years, there have been an increasing number of protests on the streets related to water service delivery. So there are already 1 million households without minimum, water access guaranteed by law. And coal, and at the same time, in terms of the power sector, like coal is the main energy source. It's 93% dependent on coal, and it's looking to build like 3 more ultra mega coal plants, as well as a few smaller but still quite sizable coal plants. And they have deployed dry cooling technology, but as other speakers have already pointed out, dry cooling still needs water, not only to maintain, to wash out the boiler slag, the coal ash management, and to maintain the plant, but also for scrubbers. Scrubbers are extremely important in terms of cutting back on the PM 2.5 and also other toxic pollutants, including NOx and SOx, which has significant health impact. Not to only mention that dry cooling increases the use of coal by at least 10%, which means more upstream water usage and more coal mines will need to be opened. So those are the 3 cases, and I bring to you not only a bleak message, but also one very positive message. So these 2 graphs I would like to introduce is from the Energy Revolution, which is a collaboration between Greenpeace and the German Space Agency and the European Renewable Energy Council that looks at what does a sustainable energy scenario look like. And we have done a global model as well as regional models and national models for the key countries. So as you can see, in terms of the water usage by the energy sector, the black areas is the coal sector. And you can see that in terms of energy choices, like moving away from high water intensive energy sources to low water intensive sources, such as wind, solar, and ocean energy, and as well as some form of geothermal and also CSP, the concentrated solar power, perhaps with using dry cooling, that actually can produce a significant water savings. And I think the message I wanted to bring to you is we've been talking for the past one day and a half about partnership and how and what would be good practice. I think we need to also focus some of our time now to talk about where the partnership is really most needed. And I would say that the one big question is get these energy choices onto the table. Get it onto the research agenda. How do we roll out this technology? Is the speed of the deployment and the avoidance of locking in to these 1,500 new proposed coal plants will determine whether we are going to successfully address the water energy nexus question. And then in terms of the efficiency discussion, we also, in addition to talking about cooling technology efficiency, we also need to talk about the whole energy systems efficiency, and that's why energy choices is really crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Aris. Any questions for clarification and not this side?
Thank you very much, Aris, for your outlook on coal. It's a story that's so easy to explain. Why is it so difficult for energy companies to buy it? Maybe you can think of this.
Okay, no, think about that. Any other questions? Okay, next one, and Simon.
No, it's okay. There's just 2 slides. Good afternoon. I'm Simon Howard from the International Hydropower Association, and I'm here today to talk about a partnership that has been formed by multiple stakeholders to create a method to assess the sustainability of hydropower projects. The result of this partnership is the Hydropower Sustainability Assessment Protocol, which is a framework for assessing hydropower sustainability on a project-by-project basis. It covers over 20 topics: technical, social, environmental, and economic. And it provides the means to make an objective assessment of a hydropower project. The interesting thing from the point of view of this conference is how it was formed. So I've got a timeline here of the process. And it really stemmed from the World Commission on Dams process, which concluded in the year 2000, and provided a number of challenges for the hydropower industry, particularly the environmental and social issues which hydropower projects create. IHA's response to that was a set of sustainability guidelines, which were released in 2003. And then that followed a protocol, a means of achieving the guidelines and assessing whether the guidelines were met. And that was released in 2006. That was an industry solution to an industry problem. And I think a need was seen for a more legitimate mode of assessing the industry. And so WWF and the Nature Conservancy approached IHA with the proposition of establishing a multi-stakeholder forum to bring together all of the different stakeholders that are involved in hydropower projects to try to set out exactly what a good hydropower project would look like, what a sustainable project would look like. So the aim was to create a tool that environmental NGOs could use and would be happy with, that social NGOs, governments, banks, and the industry could all use together to measure the sustainability of hydropower projects. And so it's important to note that from this point on, it was no longer an industry-created, an industry-led tool. It became a tool that was created by different project stakeholders. So the forum was created to write this new protocol. And the key members were WWF and the Nature Conservancy, representing environmental NGOs, Oxfam and Transparency International, representing the social NGOs, governments of China, Zambia, Germany, Iceland, and Norway, some of the Equator Principal banks, and also IHA, the International Hydropower Association, were on there representing the industry. So that forum worked from 2008 to 2010, meeting in person and trialing test versions of the protocol to reach a consensus about what the specific words in this document would be. And then the protocol that we have today was launched in 2011 at the IHA World Congress in Brazil. And since then we've been doing training and assessments across the world. And a large number of the big hydropower players have now bought into this method, and we're continuing to have support from the World Bank and the IFC. But really the key point here is it's the multi-stakeholder partnership that formed the protocol that provides the basis of the protocol's legitimacy. It's why we can use this method to assess projects and feel that the results that we've created are valid. The partnership is ongoing. The same group of people are now involved in the governance of this assessment method. There's 7 council chambers, each representing the different stakeholder groups that I mentioned earlier. And they meet regularly to discuss issues regarding the protocol and that might be of interest to the sector. And they continue to make decisions based on consensus. The chambers are open to all applicants, providing they have suitable involvement in the sector. And so it's now a means of bringing together different stakeholders in the hydropower sector to discuss issues of relevance. If you could click to the next slide. I just wanted to show you what the results look like from an assessment. We present the results on a spider diagram like this, and you can see the 20 topics that go around the edge, ranging the environmental, social, economic, and financial. And the shaded area is the range of results that we've seen so far. So you can see that in some cases we've seen some very poorly performing projects. I should say each topic is given a score from 1 to 5, where 1 is poor and 5 is proven best practice in the world. So you can see that we've seen some projects that have significant scope for improvement and some that are really performing at best practice. It'd be rare that we would see 5s across the board on a single project, but that shows that there are examples of best practice out there. And if you could click again, that shows what a typical result might look like. And if you click one more time, then that shows how the results of this method could be used by an operator, developer, or by an NGO, or potentially by a financial institution, because this highlights the areas that the project could improve on. So by looking at the lowest scores, you can see where sustainability can be improved the most. Okay.
Thank you. And Simon, any question? While the slides are still on the screen, and if you have a question about this slide and the previous one, great. You are no. Okay. Yes.
Adrian Stone from the University of Cape Town. Thank you, Simon. It's very interesting. The one that stands out there is resettlement. Mm-hmm. If I'm right in understanding that, very few projects have scored impressively on resettlement.
Yeah.
And that, I think, gets in the news quite a bit, especially with very big projects. How does the industry see a way forward there? This has got nothing to do with water, but
yeah,
directly, but it's kind of one of the black marks against hydropower. Really.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah. I answer this afterwards? Okay.
Any other questions for Eric? Oh.
Yes. I'd like to ask if you have any idea of the uptake of this methodology in the hydropower industry, and if there's already something in place to try to convince more people to use that methodology.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Back there with the microphone. Yeah.
So, did you have proved this protocol in real cases, in real hydropower developments?
The real case, the real development is a concrete case.
Yeah, this is the result of over 15 assessments.
Yeah, Michael.
So I have a question. One of the things that we find in hydropower is poor definitions of consumptive use of water and withdrawals of water. And I was just wondering, with this working group that you put together, is that something that you might want to take on in the future, is actually trying to better quantify with these different hydropower projects how you allocate evaporative loss from the reservoirs, since I would imagine many of them are multifunctional. They have irrigation, they have water supply, they have that. And it might be worthwhile to look at that from a standpoint of getting more accurate data that's been looked at from a number of groups.
Yeah.
So.
Good. Okay. At this point, let's move to the last, certainly not the least, Robert Schroeder from the European Commission.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the organization to allow me to introduce briefly here the initiative of the European Innovation Partnership, which is initiated by the European Commission, DG Environment, and DG Research and Innovation together. Perhaps this presentation is the odd one out in this panel because we are an initiative that tries to facilitate partnerships. And the three partnerships or the projects that were presented in this panel earlier would actually fit very well into the initiative that I'm working on. Perhaps if you could move to the next slide. We have a number of key objectives of this Innovation Partnership on Water, or EIP Water, to be short. First of all, I should say probably that this EIP on Water is wider on water. It's not only about water and energy, but the water-energy nexus is one of the elements of it, but I will get back to that in a minute. We have a number of key objectives. In the first place, what we try to achieve with the EIP on water is to facilitate the development of innovative solutions to the many water challenges that we have. And these innovative solutions do not necessarily have to be technological solutions. They can also be non-technological solutions. They can be in terms of government, water management, etc., etc. So it's really looking at innovation and water in the widest sense possible. Where there are technological innovations, what we also want to make sure is that we facilitate that these kind of solutions can be brought to the market, that water and innovation can contribute to economic growth and job creation, because we see that there's enormous potential if you look at the market for water. But again, I would like to stress that the EIP on water is not only looking at the market, it is looking at water and innovation very widely. A last element that is important is that we have a lot of, in Europe at least, and also in other parts of the world, there's a lot of policy to manage our waters, but we see that there's still a lot of problems to properly implement our water policies. And as a result of that, for example, the water quality throughout Europe and other places in the world is not where we would like it to be. And we think that innovations can contribute strongly to better implementation of our water policy. Now, to the critical listener of these presentations, probably the first thing that will come to mind is that an innovation partnership like this is a strange animal, because it is driven by the European Commission, and I think that, widely speaking, large public bureaucracies are not the most innovative organizations and not necessarily the best place to drive a partnership to create innovation. And I think that is absolutely true. But what we are trying to do, we're not claiming that we have all the answers on how to drive innovations, but what we can do is bring people together. And I think that is the essence of a partnership. The European Commission is very well placed to facilitate a process like this. It is very well placed to bring together the private sector, the public sector, to bring the research community, all of those together. Because also when we look at innovation, we want to make sure that we are taking a very broad approach. This is why in the governance structure of this innovation partnership on water, we have not only invited, say, the usual suspects like the water utilities or the technology companies or the research community, but we have also invited the private sector, and not only private water operators, but also industry, the processing industry, but also, for example, the ICT sector and the financial sector, because we see that all these different perspectives are necessary to really have a proper look in how to drive innovation. So that's the essence of the Innovation Partnership on Water, to bring together all the relevant perspectives to look at innovation. And we want to do that from a problem-oriented approach. We want to look at where are really the problems, and then see who do you need around the table to look and to develop an innovative solution. What we can also do from the European perspective is to provide some resources. But we have been very deliberate in the decision not to put any real budget behind this initiative. You will probably know that the European research and innovation budget is vast, but we have not put any direct funding behind this initiative. There is related funding, so there's funding available that is looking at the same kind of that is available for projects that have the same aims and the same priorities as the EIP on water, but there is no direct funding. If you participate in the EIP on water, there is no direct or guaranteed funding available. And one of the reasons to do this is that we think that innovation is not something that should be driven only by the prospect of public subsidies. It should be driven by the perspective that you need to develop an innovation, that you have a problem that needs to be solved, and that you want to look at a different approach to tackle these kind of problems. The different actors that we've brought together have been responsible for setting the agenda of the EIP on water. 8 priority areas have been adopted by these groups, or by this group of different stakeholders. Again, the European Commission was only facilitating that process and was not directly part of that. And I won't go into all of these 8 different priority areas, but one of these priority areas is the water energy nexus. And when we said water energy nexus, we actually looked at 3 different elements. We look at what kind of energy is needed for water services, for the treatment of water, the distribution of water throughout the networks. In the second place, we looked at what kind of how is water being used for the production of energy. And in the third place, how can we create energy from water? How can we, for example, in wastewater treatment, how can we create energy from the sludge? How can we create energy from where salt and fresh water meet, etc.? So there are 3 different elements that we considered as part of this priority area on the water energy nexus. The next slide. The previous one. Then we have developed a number of instruments within this initiative, and the most important one that I would like to mention here is what we call the action groups. The action groups are voluntary corporations. As I said before, there's no direct funding available, but what we've asked of action groups is to be formed around a problem, to look at the priority areas of the EIP water and say, this is an issue that we feel engaged with and we want to develop an innovative solution. And we only ask a number of things of these action groups. We ask them to bring together the different kind of perspectives. So it should always bring together, for example, the research community, the private sector, the financial sector, whoever is relevant for looking at that particular problem. Within this, we've been very selective. We wanted to make sure that there are some benefits to becoming an action group. One of them is that we can create a lot of visibility. Throughout a European initiative, we can create visibility for those people who are involved in these kind of action groups. We can also create a big network. As I said, we can give perspectives on funding, but no direct funding. But we want to make sure that the drive for this work is coming from these organizations themselves. And I said we've been selective. We've had an open call for expressions of commitment where we received over 60 proposals with more than 700 individual organizations participating, which was a very high number considering the fact that there's no money involved. But out of these over 60 proposals, we only selected 9. So it's actually a strange way of working that we even say no to voluntary initiatives. But we wanted to make sure that we get very good proposals. And out of these 9, 3 proposals are currently working on the water energy nexus. This morning, Laurent Bellet of Électricité de France has presented the Water for Energy framework, which is one of the action groups. And then we have 2 others that are here up on the slide that are working directly in the field of water and energy. And with this, we want to make sure that these groups are doing something that is concrete, that can be applied. That is one of the key elements for us when we look at these kind of innovations. They should be applicable, they should be able to be implemented, and where relevant, to be commercialized. Well, other activities that we have is, for example, an online marketplace where we really can bring together people, the demand and the supply side of innovation. It's a place, I invite you to have a look. The website is up on the screen, where you can really bring forward the innovations that you have developed and see if there's a demand, or you can say you have a demand for a particular field and see which organizations across borders are already working on that. A last thing that I want to briefly mention is that within the different stakeholders that we've included in this initiative, we're also looking at what are the barriers to innovation, what are the barriers in field of policy, what are the barriers in the field of financing, what are the barriers in the field of technology, and together then to look at not only identifying what these barriers are, but also to develop an action plan how we can actually remove these barriers. I would leave it to that, and if there are any questions, of course, I'll be happy to take them.
Okay, good. Any questions immediately after Robert's presentation about this very interesting, important initiative, innovative partnership? Yeah.
Yeah, the EIP has been in operation for a bit more than a year, and I guess it's still quite busy with European affairs. But I would like to know if you could share with us a vision for the role that the EIP could play in the global water arena in the coming years within the initiatives that we have been seeing in this conference, the UN and all the different partners.
Yeah, good question. And other questions?
Yes. So yeah, Enrique mentioned that this initiative is still pretty recent. I wanted to know if at the beginning you had difficulties to reach out for the other sectors, because it also comes from the water unit from the DG Environment. And if so, how did you manage to address that issue?
Good. Okay, I think we can put the end to this presentation segment of the session. And then next, I want to open the floor for the question and answers. And already, some people already raised some questions. Our panelists take the note. I may let our panelists go very quickly to address the first round of questions. And actually, I have some questions for you guys. I may also jump in to ask questions. And meanwhile, I hope the audience and so you think hard and try to pick up the challenging question, difficult question, which we cannot answer or there is no answer at all. So we can jointly to find out the answer. So if that is agreeable, let's move, because I don't think people have any question from my presentation. So I'm fortunately excuse myself. So you are the first. Can you address the question? Or raise to you, including the why you cannot scale up, how to scale up.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for your question. That was a great one. I think I thought about it, and I think 2 main answers. The first one is technology comfort zone. Like, as you know, for the past 2 centuries or 150 years, we've been relying on thermal power generation. So from a perspective of the utilities, from the perspective of the policymakers, coal is something that they're very comfortable with. They know who to contact to build. Like once I was talking to a renewable project developer, and he was explaining the whole dynamics to me. So if a government official wants to build a coal plant, he might need to call 6 people. and then he would line up all the deal, and he can write a proposal. But to put together a large-scale renewable deployment plan, he'll probably have to talk to like 100 people. So the complexity at the early stage of deployment is quite substantial. And I think many countries, like Germany, have overcome that learning curve. China is now doing that. They've just set a 35 gigawatts solar target by 2015, which is more than the world installed in 2012 combined. So China wants to do it within 1 year and a half. And at the moment, the two crowd that needs to really catch up is one side is the policymaker side. So how do we deploy? What are the different sort of mechanism? How do we, if we are installing lots of solar panels on people's roof, who's going to maintain that? What about insurance, systems? So the whole infrastructure needs to be thought out. And the other thing is the utilities. Fundamentally, in terms of the business model, that in a renewable-based energy system, the utilities business model would be quite different. They're moving away from being the generator to being a service provider that facilitates the generation in people's houses and in communities.
Thank you. Alistair, in addition to the how to replicate, because somehow the gentleman already helped you to the extent. Can I ask you a question? The BP, such a big, rich company, why you need a partnership? You have money. You can, if the water is a factor, you can factor that into the cost. Why you need a partnership?
Well, I'll answer the first question first and come to yours. Have we replicated it elsewhere? Yes, we have replicated a similar thing in another water scarce or stressed area in California. So we haven't replicated it everywhere because there's no need to replicate it everywhere. It's dependent on need. It is dependent on the availability of alternative resources and where we operate. So in most areas with our refineries and our petrochemical plants, which are our sort of fixed assets, there is at this moment in time little need to invest in that sort of technology. There may be in the future. So what we are doing internally is providing the information on how this has worked to our different operations around the world, so that they may be taken up in the future. Why do we need a partnership? Well, in the example that I gave from Southwest Australia, it wasn't just one company, BP, that was suffering the constraints of water resource availability. It is a number of industrial companies. So each industry could have done something themselves which wouldn't have been as effective as all the companies coming together. So the partnership there, I don't think, is based on trying to save money. It was actually to get the most effective solution, and that partnership produced the most effective solution. It would be different in every location, though.
So partnership can bring something money cannot buy.
Possibly, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And maybe I skip you, Robert. You get ready for the question, and for Simon. And there's a question for you with the specific case. And I have a question for you also. This kind of the protocol, from the development until the implementation, you need a multi-stakeholder consultative process. One is there's the different interest, conflict interest, how you can reconcile those interests to make protocol implementable.
Okay. I'll go through the question, shall I, and then address yours last. So I had 3 questions. The first one was about resettlement and why we've only seen quite low scores so far. And I think there's a few reasons. The first is that the standard set by the forum was very high. It was an issue that was really pushed by Oxfam particularly, and I think what we have on that topic is particularly onerous for the developers. So that's one reason. And then a second reason is that we haven't actually assessed that many projects which have resettlement. This may be because developers are avoiding projects that have resettlement aspects. There may be a move away from that. They may not ask us to come and look at those projects, potentially. So there hasn't been very many. But it is something that resettlement is obviously a hot topic, and it's something that I know that the forum is looking at, and the governance committee, and it's something that IHA is looking at, particularly free, prior, and informed consent. So it's something that's definitely ongoing. Somebody asked about uptake of the protocol. We currently have 15 hydropower companies that we're working with, all major developers. The World Bank is using the protocol on some of their projects, and IFC are also testing it. The OECD have also adopted the protocol into their common approaches for export credit agencies. So it's receiving coverage from multiple aspects there. In terms of consumptive use, it's not tightly defined in the protocol, although the protocol never sets specific numbers or limits. It probably is a task that the Council could work on, I agree, and that a working group would be a really useful thing. The sort of thing that they would do would, rather than setting specific targets, they would be looking at how you should be making assessments of consumptive use and practices for management. So that's the sort of thing I can imagine there. And in terms of conflicts of interest during the forum, I think you're right. Obviously, you can imagine that an NGO like Oxfam had significantly different interests to a project developer. And I think the only way that was resolved was through 3 years of dialogue and testing. This wasn't a quick process. It didn't happen overnight. It was 3 years of meetings and trialing and revision. So that's the shortest answer I can give on that.
Thank you. Any questions from the floor, from the audience? Yeah, Edie.
Thank you very much. I had a follow-up question to Iris. Can you perhaps expand on your answer, considering also the geopolitical, political, and economic dimensions of using coal? For example, the 3 countries that you mentioned are not major oil producers. So if you're looking at thermal energy production, your choices are limited, and you don't want to be dependent on imported oil, for example. So, and then there are other economic dimensions as well. So does it have to do more than just convenience and experience of dealing with it, but also some other issues that you think also play into it?
Sure. Thank you, Sava, for the question. Well, the question you asked about oil dependency and oil production is an interesting one, because in the 3 countries' power sector, we're not seeing a lot of oil, and actually in terms of gas, China is expanding its gas as one way to reduce the use of coal for the eastern provinces as an immediate measure to control air pollution, and it's a choice at the moment. Like in terms of these 3 countries' use of oil is mostly for the transport sector, but obviously the picture that I presented just now is focused on the power generation side. China is actually moving, and both China and South Africa have been using coal and looking at ways to, increase move up the value chain. So both South Africa have been looking into doing coal to gas and coal to chemical, and coal to oil as well. And China is now also looking into that. And we see that it's an extremely precarious path to go down, even more so than fracking, which are also both of these countries are moving into that, looking into that choices as well. As for the, just to put it into context, like the new numbers that have just come out, like I think 2 days ago, from the Chinese government, they're looking at increasing approving a series of coal chemical projects, and we did a study last year, and just one of the pilot coal to gas plants, and within the 7 years of one single plant's operation, it has abstracted so much water from a water basin in a semi-arid area that had caused 5,000 local residents to be displaced. And the local area water table has dropped by up to 100 meters within just 7 years by one single plant. And we've calculated also not only the water being a constraint, but also CO2. We've tallied up the expected emissions from 4 of these proposed coal chemical plants, and just 4 of them is expected once they go through, if they get approved and built, their annual emission is going to be equivalent to 1% of the current Chinese emissions. So it's precarious and facing environmental constraint in multiple ways. So in terms of the question of energy choices, I think it really, rather than saying it legitimizes or justifies why these countries are continuing to rely on coal, I think it really is it speaks to the opposite. It really is like the question, the problem is going to get more and more urgent. And in terms of the larger picture of the geopolitics, of course, China is always looking at what the U.S. is doing. And in terms of the competition between the different countries, I think it's going to be a very interesting area and from the perspective of energy security, which is a big motivator for energy planners. Comparing, like, if you're using, domestic fuel, or if you're moving to a fuel-free renewable choice, I think that is a really good question for policymakers and research institutes to look into. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it's a difficult question. And any other question? As I mentioned, we don't mind difficult. Challenging, difficult. No. Great.
Can I have get to the questions?
Sure. And can I give the floor to the lady, and then your turn.
Hi. Well, just to follow, I'm sorry, Iris, but you're getting all the questions. I think also for why the people are still using coal and gas is because you need the base load. So you're saying we should replace it with wind, with photovoltaics, with solar thermal, but unfortunately those resources are still intermittent. So you need the base load, so you need to have or nuclear or coal or to have the base load. So that's why I think the country still need it, and that's why it's so difficult to shift. So maybe it would be better to pressure them to make coal more sustainable and use dry cooling, and to make sure that they look at the environmental flows, than just try to convince them to shift completely to renewables, which is going to be difficult nowadays because of intermittency.
Aris, you are first, then Robert.
Just a quick thing to say that hydropower can provide that baseline load.
Okay, Aris, then Robert.
Thank you. Thank you, Anna, for the question. This is a really great question because we've been discussing that a lot in the planning of the energy scenarios. One of the good example, I think maybe Robert, you can also speak to that, is that people often say, what if the sun doesn't shine? What if the wind doesn't blow? But the wind is always blowing somewhere. The sun is always shining somewhere. So the question about intermittent source is the two aspects. The first one is that we're not saying that we should shut down all the coal plants today. What I'm saying is that we need to gradually increase the mix of as you can see in the scenario, it's not a drastic overnight change. But the second thing is that in terms of the base load notion, what we have demonstrated in Europe already is that if you have a large enough variety of energy sources of different types of renewables, and also you have a sophisticated grid that could balance the demand and drawing from the different parts. We've done a simulation of what if there's the lowest period of no wind within the whole of Europe, and what we have demonstrated is that there is still no blackout, provided that you are that the grid is developed in a proper way that actually takes into the balancing needs of the different regions. So I think maybe the grid upgrade is one area that the World Bank can look into, and I'm sure you already have people looking into that.
Thanks. I just wanted to react to those two questions. The first one of Eric, how do we actually manage to involve these stakeholders that are not the usual suspects? This is indeed a difficult thing because, for example, one of the key groups that we thought were important for this initiative are the small and medium enterprises. But how do you find one small and medium enterprise that is representative for this entire very diverse group? This is obviously very difficult. Also, for example, the financial sector, it's difficult to find the people to come and participate on a voluntary basis from a sector that is so driven by, of course, return on investment. Still, perhaps the good thing was that to keep an initiative like this manageable, you need a small group of people. You cannot have hundreds of people around the table to discuss. So you only need one or two people from different sectors. And it was, in the end, not that difficult to find people who were willing to participate. And of course, perhaps the extra challenge was to make sure that you do not have people who are just representing a sector, but people who actually have in-depth knowledge of the sector. And this is very often something difficult in Brussels-based stakeholder groups, where you usually get the people who sit there representing a sector in an association based in Brussels. But where you're really looking for is the people who work in the field and who have really the experience of the matters that the sector is dealing with. But so in the end of the day, it's looking hard, but possible to find these people. Then Enrique had the question about what is the vision then for the role of the EIP in the global arena. Well, I think I can be short in that, none. Because it's not about the EIP on water that should have a role. It's the European water and innovation sector that should have a role. The EIP is merely an instrument that hopefully would make itself not necessary anymore if the sector would perform better and organize itself better. I think the role of the EIP really is that to facilitate this development of innovative solutions in the water sector, to bring these different kind of sectors together to work in a joint approach, especially if you look at the global competition. Europe, of course, is at the moment not really a force as such. We still have, at the moment, 28 member states who all are developing their own policies, and they all have their own water and innovation agendas. What the IP can do is to bring together those, make sure that we learn each other's the lessons from each other, and team up as much as possible so we can actually use each other's experiences and become a stronger force. But of course, also here we have to be realistic that it's not, we cannot foresee that in 10 years we suddenly will have one European water innovation drive. It will remain fragmented, but what we can do is to make sure that it is becoming as much as possible integrated, and we can use each other where possible to at least face the global competition.
I think we almost use up the time allocation gave to us. And I'm looking around, doesn't see any hands raised high. So I think we can conclude this session. I'm not a good moderator, and I'm a lazy moderator. And the last point, I'm not going to do the conclusion. May I ask each of you, just one sentence or one point, what is the key elements based on your experience, to establish, to nurture the partnership, to make a successful partnership. Then you go around, come from Simon, and end of the Iris, we finish this session. Simon?
The key point that I would like people to take away from this was that the multi-stakeholder partnership is what created the legitimacy of the method that we now have. That without that partnership, then the method wouldn't be as usable and as accepted by all the stakeholders as it is today.
Yeah.
So the partnership was the basis of it.
Yeah, legitimacy, great. Robert.
Well, that makes it difficult because that's what I would have said. But let's then to build on that. I think the joint ownership of such a partnership, that you share the same vision and the outcomes that you want to work towards and feel as equal partners involved.
Yeah, share the vision, share the action, share the responsibility. Yeah.
I think I'd like to reiterate that a partnership solution normally is more effective than an individual solution or within a company's fence line.
Yeah, it's a 1 + 1 + 1, larger than 3, even larger than 6.
Yep.
Okay, great. Alice?
Yep. Thank you. I think the basis of partnership, we really need to it needs to be tied around a very clear vision. And I think the partnership needs to achieve the absolute overall reduction of the water demand by the energy sector. Otherwise, if you are saying that, let's do it a little bit, more efficient, and then yet the overall absolute growth is still continuing, then we're really failing at our mandate.
Great. Okay. Thank you. My last word is a big thank you to all of you. Share your knowledge, share your experience, and thank you, everybody here, and to quietly, tentatively listening to us and ask some questions. But this is just a start of a dialogue and discussion. We have a long way to go with the next issue. We have many, many opportunities to sitting together to continue have this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Xiaoji, for yet another very interesting panel, and thank you to all of you. And tomorrow we are going to have another 4 panels, and there is more on the table that is going to come out, and it will be different, I promise you. In the morning we will have the water utilities, we will have the local authorities, partnerships, and we are going to have the research community coming in also to tell us how they are contributing to this. Now we are going to invite you to go to your places or whatever, and we are going to start the side event for Spain, for the Nexus challenges in Spain. And as I said before, there is going to be the reception. Well, it's not a reception really. It's a visit. It's a tourist visit, and some words from the regional government president today at 7:30. You can go there directly if you want. Otherwise, there will be transportation from here at 7 when the side event of Spain finishes. And tomorrow morning, for those who speak Spanish only, we start at 8:30 with a breakfast on legal issues on water and energy, which is a very interesting one if you speak Spanish. And very interesting, I promise. And otherwise, we have to start here tomorrow at 9. And I will have to start doing the recap, and then we start the sessions. Thank you very much.
Vamos rápido.
Antes de que se vaya todo el mundo.
Well, good evening, everybody. This is the occasion for Spanish experiences. And I wouldn't like to punish just Josefina and the audience with my poor English. So, with your permission, I'm going to continue in Spanish in order to present the rest of my colleagues. Buenas tardes a todos. Ha llegado la ocasión pues, de compartir con ustedes la experiencia española en este interesante binomio agua-energía. Vamos a procurar hacerlo rápido, el tiempo es muy ajustado y simplemente me voy a limitar en primer lugar pues, a agradecer la oportunidad que se da a la Confederación Hidrográfica del Ebro de organizar pues, esta pequeña mesa redonda. Y sin más, voy a intentar definirles muy básicamente cómo hemos estructurado pues, esta intervención. Para los que no sean de nuestro país, pues España es un país en fin, de tamaño intermedio, con población media, situado en una latitud media, que en materia de energía comparte pues, buena parte de las circunstancias de otros países occidentales. Tenemos una notable dependencia en materia de energía exterior, prácticamente el 80% de la energía que consumimos pues la tenemos que importar, especialmente pues procedente de combustibles fósiles, de gas y petróleo, y el agua adquiere un importante papel, especialmente pues en la componente de la energía que podemos consumir en forma pues de electricidad. La hidroelectricidad supone un porcentaje aproximadamente un 25% del total del consumo eléctrico español y tiene pues una conocida propiedad, y es que es almacenable. España es un país que ha apostado enormemente pues, por el desarrollo de energías renovables. Tenemos una potencia en energías, sobre todo pues, eólicas, pues muy importante, y la dificultad de esa energía es precisamente su almacenabilidad. El agua es un vector, es una pila natural que permite pues, gestionar mejor la demanda, las puntas y en consecuencia el sistema energético global. El agua, por otro lado, en un país como el nuestro, es un factor de desarrollo económico importantísimo. Somos un
We are a very arid country, and we have a very weird situation in Spain. Very desertic areas to be considered desert or desertic. The water that goes through our rivers is not up to 10%. So we need to take into account that we have to take care of for many generations on that water. And then it causes also a problem on food production. Therefore, the water has a very important role in farming, in agriculture. More than 2/3 of water used in Spain is devoted to agriculture or farming, and 24 hectares seems to be 50% of the value-added tax on that industrial situation. Therefore, the water is very important on the role that is carrying out these days. And it is this country, as you know, has a lot of tourism, and therefore it has a very high load of tourism in a few months of the years, particularly in a very localized area as in the Mediterranean shore. And therefore there is a bunch of measures, there's a lot of measures in order to supply water in a satisfactory manner, as techniques of desalination, which is very important, has been an important development in our country. They're going to talk about it all. some of the components, some of the persons, the speakers that we have in the table. As for the electric energy, is one of them, and it is a partnership that includes several big organizations from Europe as well. And then as for the agriculture sector, we're talking about 100 hectares of irrigation, and with kind of 100-year-old infrastructures. And we need to modernize somehow in order to optimize that use of water, and that is linked to the energy. We're aiming for allowing it to improve the irrigation, and therefore allowing to the families that live on that to improve their lives too. And then Gavita Mañueco will talk about that effort and the development of technology and in seeking the efficiency of water. And I will try to say like more than 10 in Spain, more than 10, probably among the first 10 in the world. And they're going to talk about how to look for that type of, how to look for savings in water, how to look for efficiency in the use of water. And last approach that we're going to see will be the legal approach. How do we manage that from the government or the regulator side of it? And therefore, we count on a partner from the River Basin Authority here. And she's going to address that type of issues related regarding the legal part of it. And also we thought that it was important to bring a point of view, a different point of view that we've been talking about, is the impact that it has on the climate change. It has been working a lot on that field in Spain, and it has widened his activities in Latin American countries. I'm going to be kind of a tough moderator here. I'm going to ask everybody to stick to their times as much as they can, and I'm going to give the word to the next speaker. So if you have a presentation, we can change this, but... Jose Maria Marcos. I'm going to start thanking the authority of the River Basin to the invitation and to be able to be here to explain a little bit about the energy power industry, and also to talk about the synergies and collaborations and partnerships in the field of sweet water in our country. As for the electric part of it, electric power, we have a regulation on the European Union that allow us to open this type of businesses, but in the case of Spain, we had to adjust our policies, and the market is totally open. We can market the electricity, and it is pretty much independent from the network, which is very considered to be used in a monopoly management. However, the present situation, any legal person, any individual can trade that, just paying the access to the net. The situation is what it is, and during the last year we have incorporated an enforcement of the European goals on the reducing CO2 emissions and using renewable technology energies and new technologies that allow us to save a lot of fossil fuels, and they create a lot of employment in certain areas where there's not such a lot of employment opportunities. And the only problem is that on some of these energies is that we hurry up a lot to implement and install them, and it had a high cost on this. It's not a problem. We don't have to criticize this policy, but we did not pay attention to the costs that is given us as of these days. It's 22 megawatts, aeolic megawatts, and a lot of power, photovoltaic power. Last year, we had 40% of production on this type of energies. We have advanced a lot in fulfilling the targets and the goals of the European Union, but we have not introduced the costs that we were forced to maintain for this energy situation. So as of today, the present situation has caused is an accrued debt around 27 million euro, because we didn't take that into account. So we need to take that into account. 5 million euro related to electricity power. Regarding the cost that this government and last government is actually accounting for. We didn't account for properly, and this is the situation, and this is growing. This was growing pretty much because this was not taken care of, and as of today, it should have been like 10,000 million euro. Which is kind of big if you take into account that the taxes that we collect is like 32 million euro. So we got to the conclusion that we say that we thought that we will pinpoint the system. Contributors will allow to pay this. And the administration will contribute as well in a third of it in order to reduce this debt that was generated because of this. The agents during this year or last 2 years have seen the income they had reduced in transportation, in distribution, and they have created different problems, and the problems that we had basically in order to fulfill that target was that the public deficit administration could not contribute or with around 900 million that were foreseen. It was not very easy to fulfill. This is not very easy to solve. This is a very quick, a very fast explanation on the Spanish electric system as of today. If we're talking about some aspects related to water and energy, I would like to limit myself to talk about some activities that have been done regarding the water and the electricity system with sweet water, fresh water. and sometimes it's done by funding, and the electricity power sector needs some kind of funding, and they will pay a tax or a canon on regulation on how to regulate these, and on some works that the government will be making on this, and when they benefit from a public work, or if they want to do that public work, they will it will be called for a tender, and then later on they will pay a little bit a tax or a fee on it for the production they do. And there's other contributions like the river Tajo Segura, the transfer, also the Tajo and the Júcar. It should have been only maybe a firefighter station, but later on they did. Oh, pardon me. It was only a pumping central, but then they decided to do a pure pumping central. In order to have water pumped to satisfy the needs of the transfer of water. In another attempt, so they were at the time, in order to find synergies in the field of water and energy, it was needed to use the cogeneration energy in order to desalinate water. That allows you to create heat and electricity in a unique process. While doing that, that heat allows us to desalinate water. That involved funding, a very huge funding. We also thought about recycling the centrals of fuel and gas in the shore. Around the 90s, in order to adapt them, in order to be able to desalinate water as well, since we had those plants available. And we abandoned the idea because they were only used in very peak periods of the year. And then we had the issue on how to store the water during those periods. And we were talking about infrastructure of the 50s. And then we abandoned that idea on converting those plants. There's another case where it was successful. It was the coal plant that were together with another plant. They were close by together. And in order to minimize costs, they had an agreement to work with each other, and eventually the administration went into the play as well with that partnership. And we're trying to keep on finding synergies between water and energy, but some of them are not successful. But as I say, the most important aspect is the contribution to electric power to the public plants. And with these, and before they kick me out, pretty much, I finished my presentation. José Luis Pérez is going to continue, and he was going to talk about the energy saving system.
Te gusta más el inglés, yo creo. Yo te noto más a gusto, más suelta en inglés.
Es que estoy acostumbrada.
Fíjate, curioso. Yo al revés.
Good afternoon. Thank you, everybody, and thanks to Josefina. I thank the authority and the organization to be here, because people that use this water, we are using a lot of energy, and of course we make a use of consumption of water. And I'm gonna approach this subject in a very different way. This conference today was the objective. The target was to produce energy And therefore, with the consequence to use water either to cool or either to use it for other purposes. And therefore, well, the purpose was to use water to produce energy, and the objective or the target was to minimize the use of water. For us, it's totally different. Even though we also use that nexus water energy, we have a set water usage, and according to new technologies, irrigation and drop, we have to utilize this. We have to use energy. What is the goal that we pursue? We're trying to minimize the consumption of energy in order to keep on carrying out the of irrigation, and we could consider the Mediterranean countries as well into this equation if we wanted to. And the problem is that the world will need 40 more millions of hectares in order to attend the feeding needs of the world. And some of the countries that are using pressurized watering, of course, they will need to use energy. And our objective goal, as the rest of everybody goals, will be to minimize the use of the energy. I don't see the European Union representative here, and I don't see how he's going to listen to this presentation of mine on how to reduce the energy and the usage of water. If we add up all the irrigation areas within the European Union, in Spain we are the third. We can say that we are the third country that uses irrigation. Therefore, if we want to improve that nexus, water and energy, trying to optimize everything, we need to count on measures for irrigation. And the other problem is the profitability of it. We produce food for the globalized world, and therefore we introduce the energy as a new factor. With the new irrigation technologies, increases the price of the final product, and therefore our battle, our challenge is in order to minimize that price. It's not only for the price of the end product, but also to minimize the energy usage, which has an impact on the environment. This is going very slow. We are a watered area, and we've been using that for 100 years. We have certain years ongoing. So what we can say that based on experience. There is a big extension. There is a big area. It's 150 hectares, and in Spain is a system of water supply for each and every usage that you have within that irrigation area. And we are very pleased with that. We're called irrigated areas or water areas, but we are users. We provide water, we supply water to many hectares of irrigation, unas 105, around 105, and also to farming installations as well. And as a manager of big quantities of water, we have to. Obviously, we are owners of very important assets, like the concessions or permissions from the government. So that's the system that governs or that rules in Spain. It's not the same as in the United States. it's not a private thing. It's just a public thing. It is the government should give you permission to use it for a particular purpose. And we have 105 hectares of rivers, and the 11% of water regulations in this country. There's some water basins that have very nice infrastructures on this, and it will be some of them will go over 133 cubic hectometers, and this has a big impact in the electricity generation or power generation, which were not very clear in this conference. They didn't quite specify between the consumption of water and the withdrawal of water. But for us, the electricity is not a consumption. So if we take this all into account, with all this network that we have with big water masses, we have many places.
Predios, o como ustedes les llamen.
We have a high usage of water and energy in many of the pieces of land that are
continue century after century these same problems. Water problem. The water problem was the star problem at the decade of 1990s to 2000, at the end of the last century in this country and in this basin authority. There was a very vivid debate or discussion on the use of water, and the conclusion was that the traditional methods of application, water application, that is by gravity or by flooding or by lots, in different lots, had to be applied to pressurized systems, that is by sprinklers or by drop irrigation. And this entailed the modernization of the transport, the distribution and the application in the lots. That is, we had to modernize in hundreds years ago. We had to modernize.
90% lo hemos solucionado.
After 100 years, we had to modernize the whole system, and now we irrigate through pressurized systems. But we change the century, and we find a new problem, that is energy. The modernization entails to use pressurized water, which is attained through the injection of energy. And once we use these pressurized water systems through pumping stations, we then fall into the trap of the energy consumption. If you add to this the fact that in Spain the value of energy, especially hydroelectrical energy, has been triggered, has really increased a lot, then you have this graph, the evolution of the power, and the trend line is very warning. It has no end. It goes up and up and up. If this energy has no end, its cost is increasing eternally, then we have a profitability problem as entrepreneurs. Apart from the problem that the society is facing a problem of enormous, huge energy consumption problems with the involved in the water issues. If we say that using water, that we have to use enormous amounts of water for cooling or for many other purposes, then you have to consider that water is our raw material, the main raw material that we have. Now, how we faced in our irrigation area the problem of energy? What have we been doing? This is a problem that has to be minimized. But of course, the ideal thing to do, or our ambition, is to eliminate, to remove. Our conclusion was that it is possible to remove energy consumption in order to be able to irrigate with a pressurized system. I beg you to think that we have 150,000 hectares of territory, of land. You have to think that we have enough differences in level differences or jumps, makes jumps, water jumps, so that, of course, we could use channels or canals through pressurized pipes. This is an invitation to the countries where you are foreseeing irrigation. You have to think that water must not be transported by gravity. You have to channel it through pipes. We have faced this problem through the fact of giving to the open air or providing to the open air structure some pipes that are distributed the same way the scales of a fish are laid, or the fish bones, the fish bones. You imagine a fish and its bones? Well, this is more or less the distribution of our pipes. And therefore, we are getting pressurized water in the headwaters. That is the essence of the thing. Of course, there is an added cost, which is how to fund these pipes. Fortunately, this country, that is Spain, which is very aware of the water issues, we had funds in 2005 in order to start this project. This project today is already carried out in 20%, and we are expecting new amounts of money, new funding, so that we can, in the end, our irrigators can have pressurized water in their lots, which is totally no linked to energy consumption for today and for the future. Of course, we have made thorough studies in order to know if we could have a return on these pipes in 20 or 25 years and compare with this energy cost. You can imagine that in 9 or 10 years, both costs are crossed. That is, we will not get a repayment in 20 or 25 years, but on 9 or 10 years. Of course, you can find everything in our website, and we are absolutely available to you for any information, further information. We invite you to visit our website. Thank you very much for your attention.
Gracias, José Luis. Sé que es difícil el esfuerzo de síntesis. En cualquier caso.
Very difficult to summarize. We're talking about a lot of channels that transport a huge amount of water. Now we have technicians, desalination. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. A little second.
Now the floor goes to Gabriela Mañueco. Good afternoon. As we have guests that are non-Spanish-speaking persons, I have my presentation in English, and therefore I will speak in Spanish, but the presentation will be in English. I will try to be fast. I'm going to make a little introduction on what is Aquamed. It's a state company that is 100% public, that is belonging to the state. It depends on the Ministry of the Environment, Agriculture and Forestry. And the goal of our society is the purchase of hydraulic works and the handling of projects in order to carry out these water works and all complementary works or jobs and studies. We have here a general view of the Almanzora caves and the El Serpis area in Valencia. The scope is the whole eastern part of Spain, from Catalonia to Gibraltar, to Malaga. All the shore, the east shore of Spain. As for the main actions, we have the generations of new resources, of course, improvement of infrastructure and management, the modernization of irrigation systems, and the environmental improvement and the protection against flooding. And this is why I was speaking about the El Serpis Dam. You can see, identified by black dots, all the actions that have been carried out. And we have 81 actions already finished. The estimated investment is 3,720 million euros, and what has been executed at the month of December 2012 was almost 2,700. Part was 1,997 million was belonging to own funds. Then a little bit more, 1,000 million euros belonged to European funds, and the rest was coming from external sources. The investment has been evolving. The peak of the investment was in 2008, and now we have 2,000 million euros per year. You can see that desalination is 81 actions, as I said before, means 13% of our energy cost. Here you have the investment share, and we will have, I suppose, the possibility to have access to all these works. Focusing ourselves on the issue of Aquamed, we have 81 actions, and actions in operational actions 30, of which 11 are desalination plants and some treatment plants that have more consumption. All of them are big facilities, big installations. In Torrevieja, the desalination plant of Torrevieja is the biggest one in Europe, and is able to produce up to 80 cubic hectometers per year. And Águilas is also producing up to 60 cubic hectometers per year. With this situation, and in spite of the fact that in 2012 Torrevieja was not operating yet, the power that has been contracted by Aquamed is 145 megawatts, and in 2020 we will have 320 megawatts. The energy consumption during 2012 reached 132 gigawatts, and we think that we will have 1,750 in 2020. This points may be classified according to prices depending on power, voltage, and timetable. The tariffs or the fares, you can see them here, and desalination plants represent 99% of our energy consumption. According to the classification by provinces, the distribution corresponds to Almería and Murcia and Valencia. The first three, Almería, Murcia, and Valencia have 17, 48, and 24% consumption, respectively. How have we been able to deal with the electrical issues so that they will not have an influence on our production costs? As Aquamed is a state society and is in the frame of the public contracts law, we have limited the way to we have to guarantee the free concurrence and the transparency of the bidding procedures. We have a procedure negotiated with publicity, with advertisement, that can be only allowed in exceptional reasons or due to exceptional reasons. In this way, part of the price of energy is regulated by the Ministry of Energy, and therefore the modifications cannot be foreseen. And on the other hand, the energy consumption cannot be foreseen due to causes that are not belonging to the society or the company, and therefore we had to make some negotiated tenders, and therefore we opened tenders for 3 months and for 12 months, and we asked the distributor companies to present a technical offer with the procedures to solve incidences. Of course, always with flexibility in the demand and in the management, and the description of the model to control the flexibility of the demand, the proposals to handle consumption, and the improvements and additional elements that they consider suitable. A whole procedure is followed in order to open these offers. And the moment that we value or we assess the technical valuation, then the economic valuation, and with the total score of the 3 best offers, we negotiate the energy price. The technical offer represents 20% and the economic offer 80%. As for evaluating the green energy within the tender process and up to the year 2010, all the energy given to Aquamed is green energy. This has been achieved because there is a specific chapter in the technical offer that gives up to 5 points. Remember that the technical offer is 20%, or 20 points, and then the technical offer presents the possibility to add 5 additional points if the renewable energies are offered or are included in this technical offer. In the tender conditions, the bidder has to certificate a percentage of energy that has to be supplied as a green energy, and he has to fulfill it to comply with it, and otherwise he will have a penalty of up to
del año.
%.
Y que dependen.
These points that depend on the percentage of green energy offered, in the end, 5 points, as I was saying. There are possibilities to add more and more points depending on the offers and the amount of green energy that is used. So as not to take more time, I want to conclude by saying that Aquamed has obtained a loan or a credit on the ABI, the AIB, and the European Investment Bank. And there are some actions carried out within an action plan to increase the use of renewables and reduce the consumption of electricity, of power. Thank you very much.
Can
you please tell him that he's not using the microphone?
Good afternoon. In this institution, I work in charge of the users, which is taking care of the organizations, as José Luis explained to us. It's not only for the farmers that are watering their land, but everybody else. This will be an organizing support that can be taken into account for the 2 parts of it. There's 2 elements where you can find a not very balanced relationship. Is a conflict relationship. Sometimes could be a balanced one. The water is a legal good for everybody. In our laws is subject to the management and planning of the central government. On the other hand, energy is electric energy power, which I'm going to talk about related to water usage, is a result of an industrial process and therefore belongs to the market. And the electricity, the main problem is the hydroelectricity. We're talking the combination of a global thing to be used for a market product. So we're talking about the protection of water as a natural resource which belongs to the government, and it is a mandatory within our legislation, and the management of water is supposed to be compatible with the management of it and the management of the environment, and also the generation of energy. Although the generation of energy was open in 1997, but we still need to take into account the update on that legislation, and observes that generation of energy as a general economic interest. Therefore, we have administrative intervention on the management of the water usage and also on the generation of electricity. The state role on the electricity power was very important last century. And the great park, the park of electricity plants that we count on today was basically produced last century. And it was because of a need of driving the industrial sector on the building of big dams and channels that were devoted to allow a lot of hectares to be changed into irrigation areas. It was a lot of infrastructure construction involved, and also little areas of certain riverbeds areas to guarantee to ensure those river basins to stay as they were. There were concessions and permissions on a particular basis provided by the government, and they were given on a non-limit basis. And so we could see the government managing a lot of the permissions given on the water usage. The usage of water sometimes could be private, exclusive. Sometimes it could be granted to a user or a group of users. Not only that, but also the exclusive occupation of a piece of a river, of a particular area of a river. But therefore, it needs to be a process based on a transparency, and it needs to be public as well. And the concession or the permissions are given based on the competence. Sometimes there is a discussion if there is like a contract, if it's considered a contract or a permission. There's both sides of the opinions, and also some parts that we think that is a mix of a situation, and sometimes it could not be revoked according to some opinions, but sometimes it contains elements that seems to be a contract, terms that might be established between administration and the user. As they were talking before, some taxes that were paid on the usage of water. as I was saying before, just the permissions given for a particular usage or those provided by means of a public tender, it all depends on the situation. They have different conditions, both of them. We have legal conditions that are provided by the law, like the duration of it, third parties affected, certain limitations on the amount of water that might be used. Those will be particular of each permission, and that will be the just of the real estate law, depending on the cases. And the permission regulations, there is a discretional power on that. There is not such a thing of somebody obtaining the permission based on certain requirements. But the government, even though there are some requirements, will decide whether to grant or do not grant that permission to those applicants, but they need to justify their decision. Anyways, the government will justify their decision, and they need to specify the areas where that hydrologic should be used, that hydrologic supply should be used. It is a procedure that is subject to publicity and tender. It has a beginning, has a follow-up, and a resolution or a decision part of a process. It's not the only process that the electricity power plants are subject to. There's other processes that are needed for a plant, like authorization of the facilities, evaluation of the environment impact, and the process of declaration of public utility. One of the challenges the administration faces in the last decade is the imposition of the mandate on those users of water, the limitations that they need to fulfill in order to comply with the environmental requirement. Those limitations are imposed in order to fulfill those regulations are general and therefore satisfy in a coordinated manner the exploitation systems. We need to take into account the 45th article of the Constitution, which sets for the rational management of natural resources and some other provisions that need to comply with the environmental situation as well. And sometimes we have to take into account that some users cannot withdraw a lot of water because it needs to fulfill with the usage downstream. And we cannot take this into an isolated manner. We need to think about the use that one user, the use of one user might affect the other users. And the regulations that we have in our legal system is should be that of following certain order in order to ensure this appropriate use of water. Another one related to electricity power plants would be the extension of the first plants, because they're very old. They were 75 years. That's the years that are allowed based on the provisions of the legislation. One of the effects of this extension is the reversion of the state to the government. And in this case, for the authority of the basin, and then the administration needs to face whether to tear down the facilities or to maintain those installations, those facilities, to keep on exploiting them, either directly or by means of a new public tender to give permission for that exploitation. That will be depending on the hydrologic planning based on the authority, the basin authority. Another challenge that we have is on the administrative practice on the production of electricity based on water. Is the reversible electricity plants, power plants. Therefore, we find some lack of regulation in our laws, like the permission rate has no actual application in the reversible plants. And on the other hand, if the reversible plant has an origin on a pool that is being profited by another user, might have an impact on the actual users. These are questions, or these are problems in which our laws and regulations do not offer proper and objective answers. And on the other hand, the users, as it was said before, have seen a lot of increase of energy prices, like the pumping, retro pumping, using of obsolete pools, and some things that are necessary based on the scarcity of hydric resources, and other uses of other users have to do a high hydric consumption. They try to have a kind of minimize that exploitation, but they try to incorporate themselves into the production of electricity in order to take advantage of the hydroelectric plants. I don't know if that's the case exactly of the Aragon and Catalonia channel, but in Aragon we have a channel which is having 3 energy plants, Bardenas, and some other cases that are very much frequent. And the river basin has seen an increase of a cost on the exploitation of the infrastructures, and we needed to create collateral or side pools. Then technical questions like pumping and retro pumping, and the river basin will try to minimize that impact on the taxes that the users might pay on the exploitation on that. Since they have to execute, by executing the rights that they have allocated on the water energy. Therefore, the challenges of the future are facing different directions that will affect the irrigation, the water for irrigation, particularly on the production of energy, electric energy.
Último ya, Alfonso de Andrés, nos vas a hablar pues, sobre un tema de candente actualidad, cambio climático.
Voy a intentar ir lo más rápido posible, sí, porque ya favor, estamos ahí en el tiempo de descuento. De hecho, si me salto alguna slide.
I'm going to be very, very quick because we are already over time. Well,
mañana, ¿qué es lo que pasará, no?
Challenges of water and energy. Today, when they speak to me about water and energy challenges, I think of the analysis of climate change as one of the biggest challenges, where these two fields that are very much linked as everybody knows, climate change has two aspects that are accepted on a worldwide level. Well, of course, there are always skeptics for everything, but I think we all can agree on the fact that if we do not mitigate this, there is being now an increase of temperature and a decrease of rainfall. These two aspects have an influence on the amount of the available water or resource, and it also affects to the energy production, both on electric and hydropower energy generation and in the other components, that is the use of water as a coolant. That is, in all technologies, apart from the solar and the wind energy, water is a very important and essential component, I would say. In climate issues, all the impacts on consequences of climate change find in water a channeling vector for these consequences. The IPCC mentions all these things in a series of points, but we can basically say that the lesser availability of water, depending on the areas, it has more or less impact. But also the reduction of the snow layer, the amount of water contained in snow also decreases. That is, reduction of the production of food as a consequence, direct consequence of, or as a result of the less amount of water that there is available. So, therefore, the decrease of water also has an impact on the populations. And we can see the analysis of water issues on the one hand as the image, the picture on the left hand side, and the available resource that you can see on the right hand side. As you can see, Spain is not a country which is especially rich in water or water resources. And also you can see, this is the left-hand side, and what you can see in the right-hand side, this is what can be produced at the end of the 21st century. Many cases when you have the studies of high emissions, low emissions, and medium emissions, carbon emissions, they tell me, well, you're a very pessimistic person. Why are you fixed on the scenario number 2? Well, I'm not a pessimistic. If we see the evolution of the greenhouse gas emissions and CO2 emissions, the scenario that is more likely to be produced is the number 2, is the most pessimistic one. The IPCC is thinking that new scenarios have to be developed that are even worse as the current ones. And in these scenarios, there are some data that in some bases, the Duero, the Tagus River, the most important ones in Spain, the Ebro River basin can have a reduction of 30 or 40% of water resources, and in the basins of the Guadiana, of the Guadalquivir, can have 40% or even 50% in some rivers reductions in water. Of course, this is very important and has a very important impact on energy as well. Here you can see the sample of what energy is in Spain, thanks to God. the data agree with what Jose Maria was telling us before, that 40% of renewables. And it is true that we can see that in 2013 we have 14.2% comes from hydraulic, and the rest is renewable. The influence of water on the rest of energies is very important. All the energies are very important. Sorry. As for renewables, mainly water energy. Of course, solar energy and wind energy are also affected, but the impact is much lesser, so we will focus on the rest of them. In Spain, the use of renewables has been increased lately in the last years. It's been maintained or even increased. It is important to value very thoroughly the possible effects of climate change in the use of these renewable energies, and how we can adapt energy production and the handling of water in a critical situation like this. Finally, to conclude with, I'm going to tell about a project that has been funded by the INCLAM for the Energy Latin American Organization, which is the analysis of vulnerability of hydropower production systems to the climate change, and what are the options of the adaptation options. We are going to make different estimations of the water resource in different scenarios, taking into account the existing climate change scenarios studied, so that we can get to know the vulnerability of water hydropower plants in Central America. Here you can see that the northern part of Central America is the most affected one by the climate change. Out of 573 basins that have been studied in Central America in the different temporal projections, the northern part is the most affected one. The southern part is a bit less affected, but it has also very important impacts. You can see also that the climate change in regions such as Spain is going to have a deeper impact, because the wetlands and the wet areas, all the experts and the academics of climate change indicate that the degree of affection or the impact in the very wet areas and tropical areas is going to be less important as for water resources than the impact of climate change in more arid areas such as Spain. Therefore, the ministry, the basin authorities, the hydropower plants, the energy generators, the irrigation communities or farmers communities, due to one reason or other, if they have any relation with water, should be at least a bit concerned about it, a bit worried. At least they should ask themselves the question, what's going to happen? This Latin American organization says that 2030 is going to be the year where we will see that climate change is going to have a very important negative impact on water resources. And 2050 is going to be a very critical year that is going to have a very important impact for the end of this century, or 21st century. And therefore, it's going to be we're going to see a reduction of 75% in the water bodies in Central America, for example. And we can have a series of measures like mitigation, the greenhouse gas effects, where hydroelectricity plants have a lot to say. Another measure could be the better management of water issues, like the Ebro River Basin Authority has a lot to say here as well, and all the basin authorities really. To conclude with, I'm going to present some results that I wanted to show you graphically. Here we see the contribution of water in different climate change scenarios in an ad hoc scenario for all months of the year for a single basin. The red line is the 2090 projection, and this is the projection of central hydropower located
enormemente y
in the same basin. The hydropower plants have, of course, an uncertain future. And, of course, when we study all this situation, we do not have to study the historical series, but also the future series. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much to all the participants. We have the time that you want to devote to this. If there is any question, it hasn't been easy to sum up the situation of energy and water in Spain, at least the different sectors concerned that have explained so well the members of this panel. I hope that this has been useful for you. And in any case, given the time, I think there will be no questions now or any comment. I think we have a reception at the Aljaferia Palace, so we better hurry up. And if you haven't visited this palace, I really, really recommend you to go. There's one question. It's a brief, very brief intervention. I'm Mario Gaviria, National Environment Prize, and I like this panel. It's a pity that we do not devote more hours or more time to this. I'm going to just express a couple of issues expressed here. The intervention of José María Marcos, that should have been longer. And also the intervention of Inés Torralba is very interesting. We have one of the best 3 electrical systems of the world, both in reliability and profitability. Well, if there is a problem, we can solve it, but there is a problem on capacities. We have double capacity installed than the demand, than power. We should discuss not over prices only or pricing, but we should go to the deepest roots of a problem, and this could link ourselves to Inés's presentation. Inés has said to us something that is very interesting.
La legislación española ha permitido
She has spoken of a big hydraulic or water development. Spain also has one of the best management systems worldwide through the basin authorities. There will be a climate change, of course, but there is this variable thanks to this storing capacity that we have. I think we are in a very important moment where maybe we have to rediscover the origin of the basin authority, and we should speak of water and electricity, because in the end we have to think of this strange world in a very stagnated, and we have with the problem of stagnation and the problem of electricity. We have also a problem with carbon, and of course my proposal here, which should be that
símbolo de esa recuperación que habéis hecho de una
the recuperation that you have made of a hydropower plant. After 75 years, this power plant moves onto the basin authority, and together with the electrical companies start being an electricity producer and exploiter. It's almost the single public organization in Spain where corruption and chaos have not appeared. Therefore, my congratulations, really. Water becomes then
we're in a world completely renewable, and it's kind of weird because coal, there's not enough pollution, excessive for everybody, and then the water will be the storage of all the store area of all the renewable energies. Spain is the third world potence in renewable energies. Setting aside the photovoltaic energy, and think we're in a run for Spain that we are not only producers of food but also electricity. And as for electricity, I include all the energies, and that will lead us to think that this will be the key element of. I will congratulate UNESA, which is the first or the second of Europe, and you see that is the best way of storing water. And so I foresee in a future, or I hope there is a future, where we are happy and where the authority of the basin becomes authority that controls the water and electricity, so we cannot have those things as making a pole that was built by a Spanish population and now it belongs to the Italian government. Probably one day the authority will recover that pole and we will be very happy together, working together. This is something that you're not stating, and it's about a nuclear thing. The guarantee or ensuring the supply and the benefit of the companies that allow them to become international. And now they will be the best in the world, Unión Fenosa. And as I say, supply. And the third one, and very important, will allow the evolution to the reversible, renewable energies, because we have the best experience in the world. Some of them will be very difficult to manage, and the one that is very difficult to manage is the nuclear energy, because we cannot pay for that. So it turns out we have a big experience on reversible and renewable energies, but we need to multiply it in order to store the renewable ones. And if Endesa doesn't understand that and it keeps on talking about the prices, by the way, they're very expensive, even the farmers are complaining about it because they need it. I think it's fantastic that we really need to go to very deep restructuration and very deep renewal, as Merkel is proposing, which is the most important and wonderful woman in the world. She's deciding to do. She has decided to do the same as in Italy. Finally, I would like. We need to have the German approach, not the French approach. The French approach has nuclear power generation, which is leading to chaos. We need to approach that in a different way. I have to make some comments. I kind of agree on those some of the comments. We are the best one in the world. We're kind of a Ferrari mix with some other things, but we have reduced the emissions a lot. We have invested in many technologies, and the problem is that it's one of the most expensive in Europe, unfortunately. But we need to pay for that. And somebody needs to pay for that. We have invested in photovoltaic energy, and the 80% of the production of panels, of solar panels, were brought here, and we need to pay for that. We need to pay for that for 25 years now. according to the price index as of today. It's not that we want one plant of two of each type. It's not that we want it. It's not. It is something that we need, and we produce more energy. And the thing is that the technology was mature enough where the costs were reduced as well. For the storing ability, as for supply, we have, I mean, it's like zero. It counts like zero because sometimes we don't have sun at night, as you know, and some of the times the wind doesn't blow. So if there were not there will be a lot of blackouts. Finally, I mean, to wrap up, is the best system in the world, but we have a lot of gaps in it. It is a technology that is being done very well in this country. France has a lot of nuclear power, and it's cheaper as well. Germany has a different approach on energy. They have something similar to us, but if there were not countries that work like us, probably we will have been forced to reduce the price like they did in other countries. There's two main costs, the energy and the employees' costs as well. So the thing is turning out to be different. Then I want to thank this compliment that you gave to the Basin Authority on the reconversion, the restructuration of that. I don't know which one would be. We're always trying to do that, and sometimes just fulfilling with the law and with your dues is enough, and we're just trying to keep up to date on the requirements of the law. And another subject that raising based on Inés' comments on how to profit the electricity. The only thing that I have a doubt on is that if it is convenient the part of the administration to exploit directly this type of water situations based on the situation of the market, whether we can publicly manage that by means of a tender, or maybe should be a company which should be taking care of that exploitation, so the administration doesn't enter directly into that exploitation. So the administration is not going to share the dividends, so it needs to look for a collective and a social good or something. We're now acquiring some experiences, and I think it allows us to maybe to try to maximize the benefits, maybe not to maximize the benefits, but to establish some future conditions or terms if those usages could be later on granted, like environmentally speaking or other type of issues. I don't think it's the essence of the administration to come into the production field, but the good faith it has. Lack of competitive spirit doesn't make it probably will not carry with it kind of weird behaviors or not that clear behavior, and the administration sometimes we need to explain everything, the dramatic fall of profits, and the usage of this in certain circumstances helps to mitigate this from the side of the regional governments, but they should evolve to a more honest way, and probably all these issues should be seen or approached in a different way. As for now, the administration is fulfilling and complying with the law. They're very regular, and we are all trying to meet all those challenges and get a balance, find out a balance out of it in order to achieve and provide some satisfaction to that social demands. And we'd like you to know that opinion of us, which is not a great appetite for profit. As you know, the administration tends to take the maximum profit that they can take out of the things, and I think the society also values. Any more questions? Because otherwise we're wrapping up, and we're gonna thank your patience, your time, and I thank the panel here that transmitted all their knowledge, everything they know about this. Thank you very much. Until another time. Muy rápidamente, very quickly, people that need to go to the Aljaferia, there's 2 cars, 2 buses that are waiting at the door now. So they're waiting for you at the door. It's highly advisable that you go there.